Please give them a rousing round of applause. Wow. Did you know they are medical students? Nana is shaking the head. They are medical students. The medical school is not killing their other talents. So please keep it up. The only problem I have is that when I entered the spirit and I was about to dance, then you stopped. So I have a problem with you. The next one, I will dance. So you are all welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's public lecture, an annual event that we've held for 24 times. Give us a clap, please. GMA deserves that clap. Many, many good things have come out of this public lecture that we've had. Various policy alternatives that have been offered to governments, and it resulted to many changes that have benefited the country over the years. So we appreciate what GMA has done over the years. Thank you, GMA. We will start. The technical issues have been sorted out. Thank you, technical team. And we'll quickly begin with an opening prayer by Dr. Medan Anane Frempong. Let's welcome with a clap, please.
Shall we humbly be on our feet as we pray to begin this morning's meeting? Our Father, our God, this morning we pull unto you for your mercies and your love towards us. We thank you, Father, for the traveling message extended to us, those who travel from far and near. We thank you that, Father, through all the preparations towards this annual public lecture, you've been with us, you've been with the team, and this is the day you had made. We pray in the name of Jesus, committing all the deliberations into your hands. We lift our experts and all the other discussants that we have paneled together. We ask the Lord to grant them wisdom as we go through the deliberations for today, so that at the end of the day, the best will come out of this public lecture. We pray that, Lord, you will be with us even towards the end of the program, and at the end of it all, as we go back to our various destinations, you will continue to grant our traveling mercies as well. We thank you, we bless you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Dr. Medan Anane Frempong. We would like to acknowledge some dignitaries among us. Indeed, we are all equal people, but as Animal Farm tells us, there are more equal ones among us. First to acknowledge is our president, who is the chairperson. We'll later introduce him properly. Dr. Med Frank Cerebro, a man of few words, but a lot of fire. Also, let me acknowledge our past presidents among us and fellows among us. I see Dr. Med Kwabena Opokwedu say, please give us a wave. He himself says potent medicines come in small bottles. I will not say anything, but I am sure when you interact with him and look at him, I have not said anything. We also acknowledge the presence of Nananom, our traditional authorities that are here. They own the land. If they don't give the permission, we can't be here. Nana Boache Yaw Abebio Nkwantakese Hene, and who also is Otumfo's Nefahine, the second. Please let the club go more wide. And yes, I'm moving to say Otumfo, Otikoko so afre program na enkosu biom. Nana en namukwa. Nti one Nana ama echa oh ye Otumfo from Hima. Nana wusua ediomi oh ye Otumfo ebrotia Hima. Openyi amponsa kwetia a oye nkoso hene nkwantakesi ewo nkwantakesi ene openyi osa epoku a oye chidom hene nkwantakesi. Also with us we have lawyer Owusu Sechere, who is the president of the Ghana Bar Association Ashanti. Earlier, I was asking him, what is the difference between chop bar, beer bar? Every bar is a, okay. And then he told me that the chop bar is the real bar, because if you don't go there first, you can't go and do the bar in the court. Let's give him another clap. We have joining us the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Med Bernard Okoboy. Some time ago, we were playing football together. I dribbled him once and I've had an injury till today. Let's give him another clap. With him are some of his lieutenants. Dr. Da Costa Abuaje is with us, and that's the CEO of the National Health Insurance Authority. He's accompanied by the Regional Director of NHIA as well, Kwejo Jumo. We have Regional Director of Health Services, represented by the DDCC of Ashanti region. Please give us a wave. In fact, we have plenty people. And so we'll keep introducing them in no particular order. But somebody is looking at me straight and I have to do the right thing. And that is our immediate past president, Professor Frank Ankobia. I didn't ask you to clap because I was going to add something, because he's also a lawyer. So Esquire, I have to add it. So now you can clap. Let me quickly introduce our partners to you and then we can start. And that is Roche Products Ghana Limited. And they are led by Dr. Med Louisa Prekun, who is the medical director for Roche Products Ghana Limited. Dr. Med Ama Yamwa, who is the medical manager. And then Dr. Henry Conning Echampon, the governmental affairs and policy partner. All right. We have been joined by others and we'll acknowledge them appropriately as the time proceeds. So we'll quickly call on the Ashanti Divisional Chairperson to give us his welcome address. Let's give him a big clap.
Good morning, Nananom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure he's mentioned all the people we have here today. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 24th public lecture as we meet to deliberate on providing alternate healthcare financing. And if you come to our hospitals and you see what goes on, you appreciate the team for this year's public lecture. And before we begin, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you here, because without you, the program wouldn't be a success. We have other colleagues and other people who are watching virtually or are participating virtually. And most especially the public lecture committee chaired by our own DCC, Dr. Rita Reindorf, who is also here with us, and the local organizing committee chaired by Dr. Bernard Hammond. Without these people, I'm sure, again, this program wouldn't be a success. On this note, I express my warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here. And we are grateful that you were able to join us. Most of you traveled from far and wide just to be with us for a successful program and also helping the ordinary Ghanaian. And when we say ordinary Ghanaian, all of us are ordinary Ghanaians, with the exception of probably a few. So thank you and welcome to the 2024 public lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pakwisi Bedu. That was a very short presentation, short but precise. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest in our midst. He's very dear to the association, very, very dear to us. And he's someone that you can call him at 1 a.m. First call, you pick up. Whenever there's an issue with doctors, you call him, wherever he is, he'll come. He'll help you, even if it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., he'll come out and help all the doctors. He's someone I deeply admire. I watch him like a hawk. I'm learning very much from him. I'm sure he doesn't know that. He's the med soup of the Bekwai Government Hospital and our very own president of the Ghana Medical Association, Dr. Med Frank Siripo. He's the chairman of this occasion.
What you did not add is that he's a pediatrician. And so even his food, he eats pediatric doses. You see his steps, he's taking pediatric steps. And I'm giving him the smallest mic of all. Mr. Chairman, your audience.
It's this mic. Is it in short? Okay, thank you very much. As it is, because I'm a pediatrician and it's per kilogram body weight, he has to be here to ensure that he supports the children. So I'm grateful, General Secretary. You continue to support the children like that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nananom, we are very much happy to have you here. And we are so much grateful. I see my regional director of health services, Dr. Med Manuel Tinkrine. Director, you are welcome. And Kwame, as for Honorable Bernard Okoboy, Dr. Med. Should add the Med. It's important. So, council members, invited guests, my brother, hey, Awajila Costa. I harassed him to come. So I'm happy that he is here. So now I'm ready to also come. So when you call me, I'm coming. Roche, Louisa, we are grateful for the support all these years. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I see Prof. Donko. I see Kwabno Boko to say, of course, Professor Dr. Med Ankovia, immediate past president. My vice president is here, Professor Ernest York. I don't know. Hey, Dr. Not Professor Diwechi. It's dangerous. So you will be here before you realize it's like articulator, whether in front of you or behind you is dangerous. I hope there is no coup d'etat in the offing. I am not going to talk too much. So, but as for the Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the engagement we had on Tuesday. Very fruitful engagement. Our brief counsel on the details are here. It's in public domain. But I can only assure, this one I can say it, that in November you should be at the AGM. We will make you a fellow of the association. So that one there, in November, come. For the first time, we'll break protocol and we'll make you a fellow of the association. That one, council, I have declared. So this is not up for discussion. When you read the Bible and you look at Matthew 5:17, it says, I do not think I came to abolish the law or the prophets. I did not come to abolish, but to fulfill. This is actually what we are discussing today. We are not here to abolish the NHIS. We are not here to fight against the NHIS. We are only here to fulfill or to make our health insurance systems better. If you understand the fact that they say fortune favors the bold, and of course, also understand the fact that when we say necessity is the mother of invention, then you know that this is actually very important and very dear to all of us. So what we are here to do is that we have experienced the National Health Insurance Scheme for some time. The issue is that, is it time for us to change? Or is it time for us to add? As for change, maybe no, and it's probably no, not at all. It's very difficult to say we are changing after all. We know the successes that the NHIS have actually chopped. So is there anything we can do to complement what we have? Is there any other way we can even decide that we have to make sure that there are certain ingredients we need to add to it to make it better, to save all of us our interests? I believe the experts today will tell us all these areas that we want to hear. I am very sure that the NHIS boss is here. He will give us a perspective as to what we can do to strengthen NHIS and what he is doing. We'll probably will have other speakers tell us other alternatives that we can add. And here it is adding. It's not about subtracting. It's adding to make our health systems better. So we are here. I am not the expert, but like I said in Matthew 5:17, we are here to see how we can fulfill and not abolish the law. So on this note, I accept to chair this function. And then of course, I'll be here. Hopefully at the end of the delivery, I'll get an opportunity to also share my final thoughts. Thank you very much. And God bless us all.
Thank you, President. I am told because I called a few people to dance, this is my punishment. Thank you, President. We will now call on the chairperson of the LOC who put all of this together, boots on ground, to make this happen. Dr. Mrs. Rita Larson Reindorf, to give us the purpose of the gathering. Please, the claps are not coming. I hear when you clap, you add 10 years to your life. So if you don't clap,
Dr. Chair, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. On behalf of Council, the National Executives, and the Public Lecture Committee of the Ghana Medical Association, we are pleased to bring to you the 24th edition of our annual public lectures. The public lecture is a key part of the public face of the GMA, and the purpose is to position the GMA at the center of debates in all areas of health. These lectures aim to enhance our reputation for technical, intellectual, challenging ideas and discussions with a broader public audience. And at the end of every annual public lecture, we present a position paper to inform policy. And for some time now, we've been having hybrid public lectures. So we have the in-person and online audience. The theme for this year's public lecture is developing a holistic healthcare financing for the ordinary Ghanaian beyond the national health insurance. Healthcare financing in Ghana has gone through several phases, from post-independence free healthcare delivery through to total cash and carry, until the National Health Insurance Scheme was established by the passage of Act 650 of 2003. And then by 2012, it became necessary to establish an authority, hence the National Health Insurance Authority Act 852 of 2012. Now, its mission is to provide financial risk protection against cost of quality basic healthcare delivery for all residents in Ghana. In essence, it meant that no one, that is residents, is to suffer any catastrophic out-of-pocket expense at the point of healthcare delivery. The question we are asking this morning: is the National Health Insurance Authority on course with its mission? And why are we asking this question? A number of issues and challenges faced by the National Health Insurance sometimes makes us wonder whether or not it's on course to realize its mission. Some of these include refusal by many an active member to renew their membership, delayed release of funds to the organization for reimbursement of services rendered by healthcare providers, unauthorized co-payments, among others. Another challenge has to do with the design of the benefits package. We think that is disproportionately skewed in favor of curative care, living rehabilitative, promotive, and preventive interventions, even though some preventive care is carried out by parallel programs. Again, on paper, the scheme's benefits package covers 95% of the country's disease burden. However, it seems there are not enough funds to cater for the promised 95% coverage of disease conditions. Out-of-pocket payments by NHIS clients occurs nationwide, and reasons given for this include low NHIS medicine tariffs and delays in reimbursement of facilities and providers. We acknowledge that some interventions by the Ministry of Health, the USAID, all in partnership with the National Health Insurance Authority, have been rolled out. For example, realignment of the benefits package with the Essential Health Services package that seeks to address core issues of the Universal Health Coverage Roadmap. Despite these interventions, we still have some questions. For instance, has the National Health Insurance Scheme in Ghana achieved the access, equity, and quality healthcare it was intended to? Or do we need to look at other avenues by which people can pay for service delivery without being over-reliant on the NHIS, which promises so much? What is preventing us from adopting co-payments, for instance, if it will ensure that people can purchase quality healthcare? If at the point of service delivery, healthcare is supposed to be free, then can we redefine what is covered without overly raising the hopes of Ghanaians only to dash it? Do Ghanaians have to start looking at alternate funding sources for their healthcare? And if so, what are the viable options? It is against this background that the National Council of the Ghana Medical Association chose developing a holistic healthcare financing for the ordinary Ghanaian beyond the National Health Insurance Scheme as the theme for its 24th annual public lecture. As a key actor at the forefront of health service delivery in Ghana, the Ghana Medical Association owes a duty to the people of Ghana to help build efficient, effective, and sustainable health structures and systems, and contribute to the discussion of ensuring a sustainable healthcare financing for the good people of Ghana. It is our hope that this year's public lecture will afford us the opportunity to deliberate on these important issues relating to healthcare financing. We believe that together with all stakeholders represented here and even away, we can share and discuss the recommendations to improve on what we have and truly assure Ghanaians equitable and affordable healthcare. I wish us all a fruitful session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We are very grateful for that succinct one. Money is everything, and it's important that how we finance healthcare is something we all need to deliberate and see what to do to make sure it is better for all of us. But same way money is important for healthcare, we also need the support to make sure this program is organized in a way that makes it comfortable and also address some of the issues. And we were supported very well by our partners from Roche Products Ghana Limited. And we'll have a quick message from Roche. Let's give Dr. Med Louisa a nice round of applause.
Mr. Chairperson, President of the Ghana Medical Association, Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Med Bernard Rekoboy, Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Nananum, fellow members of the medical fraternity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege and an honor to join you on this auspicious occasion. On behalf of Roche Products Ghana Limited, I extend my commendations to the Ghana Medical Association for creating this forum for us to discuss and eventually brainstorm on today's theme, that's developing a holistic healthcare financing for the ordinary Ghanaian beyond the National Health Insurance Scheme. There is an intricate relationship between holistic healthcare financing, especially for the underprivileged, and our quest for a national as a nation to achieve universal health coverage, as elaborated in the Sustainable Development Goal 3. It is a well-established fact that reducing financial burden on individuals lead to improved health outcomes. Therefore, it is in our interest to invest in equitable, diverse, and robust sustainable financing mechanisms for health. Roche is a major global healthcare company that has been setting the pace for cutting-edge cancer diagnostics and treatment for decades. Our vision, doing now what patients need next, encapsulates several key aspects of our approach: being innovative, patient-centric, a proactive approach, and then future-oriented. In Ghana, we continue to partner with the Ministry of Health, the National Health Insurance Authority, the GMA, and other relevant stakeholders on many fronts. These collaborative efforts have been directed towards increasing and improving access to innovative treatments. I'm happy to state that one of such collaborative efforts have led to us having one of our innovative products, which is used to treat HER2-positive breast cancer, listed on the NHIS list of reimbursed drugs. This targeted therapy, prior to its reimbursement 5 years ago, was only accessible to a handful of patients who could afford it. The bold and heartwarming decision by the National Health Authority to give full reimbursement for this treatment should provide us a beacon of hope and inspiration to remain steadfast in our resolve to pursue such interventions, from early diagnosis to early and complete treatment for cancers. This, I believe, will invariably enable patients to fully benefit from these innovative treatments that promise better survival and quality of life. Let us be cognizant of the fact that we, the working population, are not exempted from the afflictions of cancer, either as patients, ourselves, as relatives, or as caregivers. Cancer treatment often involves cutting-edge technologies and therapies. These treatments, while promising, can be prohibitively expensive and are not always fully covered by national health insurance plans worldwide. Holistic healthcare financing ensures that patients have access to the most effective treatments, regardless of their financial situation. As the financial burden of cancer can be overwhelming, with costs extending beyond direct medical expenses to include travel, accommodation, and loss of income, holistic healthcare finance should aspire to help these ancillary costs that will relieve the financial stress on patients and their families. The National Health Insurance Scheme plays a crucial role in providing basic healthcare access, but limited resources will impair the ability to cover the full spectrum of needs associated with cancer treatment. These schemes typically focus on standard medical care and may not fully address the comprehensive requirements of cancer patients, such as companion diagnostics, personalized treatments, supportive services, and innovative therapies. While the national health insurance schemes are vital components of healthcare systems, they must be complemented by holistic healthcare financing to fully address the complexities of cancer care. By embracing this more comprehensive approach, we can provide better treatment, support, and hope to cancer patients and their families. Let us work together to ensure that no one is left behind in this fight against cancer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Louisa. That was a very good presentation. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of special guests in our midst, distinguished guests, and I have the honor to introduce them. So in no particular order, I'd like to introduce Professor Peter A.J. Barfor. He's the HOD, Department of Health Policy, Management and Economics, KNUST. Give us a wave. His students popularly call him Pierrot. Then we have Mr. Frederick A.J. Rudolph, GTA, the Regional Director. Thank you. Then we have Major Rashid Ewudu Rahman and Captain Ajenim Boateng. They are from the Ghana Armed Forces Central Command. They are giving us protection for today. Then we have Miss Marian Kwashi of the NHIS Kumasi. All right. And then we have our Chief Superintendent of Police, Ernest Echampong, as Squad Divisional Commander, and Superintendent Director, Albert Pencil, Officer in Charge, Police Clinic. They gave us their dance moves earlier on in the program. Thank you very much. Then we have Dr. Solomon Reko. He's a lecturer at KSTU. He's way behind over there. Please, if you are far behind, if you could just get up and give us a wave, that would be nice. Thank you. Then we have Miss Jimaima Agri Apia. She's a lecturer at KSTU also. Oh, please, we are not feeling the applause. Thank you. Then we have, we always have to have a man of God among us, The person is bringing the spirit to us. So we have soldiers here to give us physical protection. Then we have one who is bringing the angels and the anointing. So we have Reverend Samuel Bintim Arthur. He's a counselor, Prempeh College. Then we have Mr. Emmanuel Edwin Aqua. He's a counselor, Kumasi High. And we have Mr. Emmanuel Osayebwa, the Rep GPRTU. And Dr. Natasha Asamoah, Medical Director, Kumasi Technical University Hospital. All right. And then, not to forget, we have our very own special person. I happen to work in the Ghana Health Service, and he's my overall boss. He is the Regional Director of Health, Dr. Med Tinkran. It's an honor to have you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa. When Louisa was taken over from Louisa, it was Louisa. So at this juncture, we would call on our special guest of honor, Dr. Med Bernard Okoboy, to give us his address. Let's welcome him. He's so tall. When he's coming close to him, I don't want him to come close to me because he will expose my vertical challenge.
Nananom, president of my own president of the Ghana Medical Association. I have two presidents, president of the country and then the GME president. But now three, and then Ghana Dental. Recently, I added her to my presidents. The regional boss of GMA and the regional boss of the Ghana Bar Association. Distinguished guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to join you at this year's public lecture to speak on the topic developing a holistic healthcare financing for the ordinary Ghanaian beyond the National Health Insurance Scheme. The choice of this particular lecture, it's a very good one and couldn't have come at a better time. The COVID-19 pandemic and emergence of other infectious diseases, such as monkeypox and Marburg, as well as increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, make it more imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, as many of you may be aware, healthcare financing in this country has gone through a checkered history. We have moved from a free healthcare financing in the late 1950s, that's after independence, through a partial cost recovery of healthcare services in the 1980s to a full cost recovery in the 1990s. The negative effect of this cash and carry healthcare financing system is a well-documented one in our literature. It worsened health outcomes of the population as many could not afford to pay out of pocket at the point of service. Fees were high in relation to income levels of majority of the population. Average per capita income then was $390 and minimum wage was less than $1. Consequently, visits to unorthodox health centers, detention of those who could not settle their medical bills at healthcare facilities, and unavoidable deaths were the order of the day. Mr. Chairman, in response to these challenges, policymakers had to look for a more humane and sustainable way of financing healthcare in this country. This quest led to the introduction of the National Health Insurance Scheme by an Act of Parliament, Act 650, which was subsequently amended in 2023 to make the scheme a unitary one. Thus, the NHIS, as we see today, is a product of half a century of health financing policy development, a decade of experimentation with community-based mutual health insurance organizations as MHOs and a competitive democratic politics in response to public backlash against user fees. That's the cash and carry system. Policy objective of the NHIS, as you may know, is to remove barriers created by user fees and provide equitable access to basic healthcare services for all, particularly the ordinary Ghanaian, as captured in the theme. Undoubtedly, the scheme has contributed to increased access to healthcare services for many Ghanaians, improved health outcomes of the population, improved financial position of healthcare providers, and reduced healthcare infrastructure gaps. Holistic assessment report for the year 2023 shows that over 55% of Ghana's population, that comes to about 70.8 million Ghanaians, are active members of the scheme. In the same year, over 1.94 billion Ghana cedis was paid as claims to various healthcare providers. Despite these strong gains, the scheme, of course, has had some challenges. We are faced with challenges such as co-payments or charges at the hospitals. We're also faced with challenges such as delayed claims payments. We're also faced with availability issues when it comes to some of the drugs. The scheme paid over 500,000 Ghana cedis for dialysis services, and this is in reference to efforts to take on some of the key medical issues or conditions that fall outside the 95%. Mr. Chair, I'm happy that the rep for Roche mentioned the efforts of government, for that matter, the NHIS, to include a key cancer medication that was outside the how do you call it, the reach of most Ghanaians when it comes to affordability. Mr. Chairman, despite these gains, as I said, there's a need to take a holistic look at how we can make the insurance scheme more robust and more sustainable. The NHIS is our largest purchaser of healthcare for the population. Therefore, we need to revisit the discussions on increasing possibly the NHIL, having a 3-tier scheme with the 3rd tier reserved for specialized services. Beyond the NHIS, we need to also encourage private healthcare insurance schemes to take a look at covering some of those services that fall outside the scheme. Moreover, we've had proposals from some key stakeholders to government to convert COVID-19 levy to a public health or emergency fund to take care of epidemics, pandemics, and other medical emergency services. Requests have also been made to possibly ring fence the contributions from the NHIL so that it doesn't go into the consolidated fund. All these thoughts are laudable, and we must continue to engage in a very active manner until we have a financing policy that is holistic, that is sustainable, and that is responsive to our needs. An 18th century philosopher posited that human beings become better. In fact, human beings become better persons as they encounter challenges and press on. So do policies only get better when subjected to relentless scrutiny in the form of lectures and/or debates. With this knowledge, we, the stewards of the health ecosystem, are happy rather than angry for this kind of forum that discusses ways to have holistic, sustainable healthcare financing. I'd like to conclude by saying that the more we talk, the more we engage, the more we scrutinize, the more likely that we are going to get what we want when it comes to healthcare financing. May God bless all of you for being part of this particular lecture. I thank you very much.
Please, let's do it better for Minister of Health. This is the man in charge of all our health issues And I like one thing he said. We are not angry. We are rather grateful for such a forum. I tell you, there are some who would sometimes not honor invitations where they think the professionals will be critical of their work. Especially in a charged season, political season, some will nicely dodge so that they can rather engage you on the media and sometimes debunk some things that you have said and not join in the discussion. So I think it's an honorable thing he has done. He has joined us and he has promised to stay through it all. Let's give him a bigger and a better applause. I believe that is probably why President is saying he will confer a fellowship award on him, but as General Secretary, I'll be writing the letter. So I'm still marking him. I'm still marking him. Thank you. So we have reached the pinnacle of this program, and that is the keynote address. And the keynote address will be given by Dr. Chris Atim, who is a Senior Executive Program Director, Health Division, Results for Development, popularly known as R4D, that supports a lot of work in the health sector. It's an international NGO, and he's also the founding executive director of the African Health Economics and Policy Association, AFHEA. And let's welcome him. Unfortunately, he can't be with us. He's not been too well, but he will join us virtually. So let's welcome him with a big clap. Dr. Tim, we are happy you are much better today, and the audience is willing to listen to you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just bring up share my screen. Okay. You can all see me?
Yes, please, we can see you.
Okay, so now let me just go into presentation mode. Okay. So that's it. All right, thank you very much again. Thanks, MCSA. Honorable Minister, interacted briefly with you before. I'm glad to see you again. So I'm not there, but I will I'll just proceed first of all. Nananom, presidents and executives of the GMA, invited guests and participants. I think I should first apologize that I'm not there with you, as the MC said. Not been well recently. I'm just actually coming out of my illness. Excuse me if I keep clearing my throat, because I have some, remaining signs of that recent illness. But I've been traveling extensively in the last few weeks, from Tanzania to Cote d'Ivoire and others. So it really has been quite challenging, and I'm not surprised I came down with something. But thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation. I thank the executives and members of the GMA. One of my regrets for not being with you actually today is that I've got so many friends amongst you, and I have not been in touch with them for a long time. I was really looking forward to being there so I could catch up, with my friends on what's been going on. And of course, the topic today is very exciting for me. I've been working in this field for, getting to 30 years, and especially the Ghana one, I was there at the very beginning, and the debates. I remember representing a number of stakeholders in Parliament, and agreeing with the minister at the time. We had very good, relationships. After that together, and I've been following the schemes, progress very actively, not just as an outsider, but also very much as a Ghanaian. I always can describe myself, folks, as a critical supporter of my country's scheme. In other words, I'm a very strong supporter of my scheme, where especially where we do things right. And I'm also critical, where things are not going well. I think that is the best way to support my country. It's not just to keep on praising. A lot of people just do praising and so on, and not look at also the aspects that need improvement. I think that complacency is one of the worst enemies of progress. So that said, been invited to speak about the global strategies that could, we could learn from. And I, in doing this, try to relate directly to the Ghanaian experience, because I believe that that's what is of interest to your members. You let me know that's not the case, but nevertheless, I, did test that with the executives before I proceeded. They said that was exactly fine. So what are the, what lessons can we learn from global best practice strategies that could help with the challenges of the NHIS? So I will discuss what those challenges are. So my outline is to look at briefly at the socioeconomic and health financing context, the design of the NHIS, and its challenges, the main challenges of it, and to identify, what strategic purchasing can do. I mean, why is the key to both the problems we're having and even the solutions as well. Really is understanding strategic purchasing and where we are falling short. To see how it is manifested or not in the NHIS, and then draw on the global experiences and relate that to the Ghana's health financing journey. So, the context, I should ask the organizers to look at if there are any comments in either the chat room or people are raising their hands to try and interrupt. Please, I really appreciate that always. I mean, people can feel free to ask for clarifications and so forth, but maybe for discussions to wait until the end. I do think that it helps very much. But just look at the context, and zooming out to start with. So we are a lower middle income country with income per capita, which is dead right in the middle, basically in the middle there. So we are kind of median income country in the LMICs. And then we have, if you look at, let me use my pointer. If you look at the current health spending as a percentage of GDP, we are spending right bang again, the average of what our peers are spending. So really, I mean, a median country, we are, a very typical representative of a low middle income country as far as those indicators are concerned. Now, when we look at our key health indicators, how we assess countries, normally their performance in health, we look at their key indicators. Life expectancy, the infant mortality and maternal mortality are the key ones, really. There are others as well, of course. But these are the ones that we generally use, to get a quick assessment of what the progress the country is making. When we look at those, though, if you look at the boxes there, the LMICs, those represent the lower middle income country averages. And and these figures in the red at the top there are the Ghanaian figures. You realize that in every one of those key indicators, we're actually not performing as well as our peers. And the worst one is maternal mortality, which I think really is atrocious. To be honest, I'm as a Ghanaian, in fact, I'm free to say that it's not right that we have still such a big gap here. One good indicator, though, if you look at the bottom left there, that, in health financing sources, the external sources are disappearing in the course of time. That's actually a good indicator. And in other words, that our health care is basically mostly financed from internal sources, from our own revenues. That's really a very good thing to see. And also, another good trend is that out-of-pocket spending is gradually also disappearing. I mean, not really disappearing, but actually declining and giving way, and all of that giving way to public spending, as a source of, financing, which is very good. This is really a good point in terms of the trend of our financing in the past. On the other hand, on one key indicator of UHC, which is out-of-pocket spending, you will see that we are not in where the WHO target tells us we should be. If you are, aiming for UHC, your spending in terms of out-of-pocket as a share of current health spending should not exceed 20%. We are well above that, as you can see, the Ghana is highlighted there. So that is not a good sign. As I said, at least the trend is good, but nevertheless, we are not there yet. The health financing context, I'm not going to go through all of these indicators, but just draw attention to a couple of things here. I put the coverage figure with asterisk. I'm glad that the minister mentioned this figure similar to that as well. So perhaps I'm not very far out, but I put it there because this is administrative figure. I mean, I looked at the DHS. The DHS actually cites this interestingly. Instead of being a source of it itself, the DHS cites the NHIS reports as source for this figure. So in effect, it's an administrative figure, which is not the same as a survey figure, which is important to point out. But that really is not to me, it's not an important point, because I will come to address what I think is even key to assessing our performance in this kind of regard. The other thing I want to draw attention to is the 1.4% here. As the government health expenditure as a percentage of GDP, this will emerge as a very crucial point as we go along. You'll see that this is really key to a lot of things about our, healthcare system. And then I want to also draw attention to this. This is the most important indicator of your progress towards USC, the USC Service Coverage Index. That is maintained independently. It's not Ghana that maintains this. It's WHO, World Bank, and others all maintain this and update it annually. You see that our Service Coverage Index is 48. It's an index, so it's 48. It has no units. It's 48. So algorithm that is used, and the algorithm takes account of your population coverage, the services that you are providing, the quality of services that are being provided, as well as the extent of out-of-pocket spending. Those three together, those are the three dimensions of USC, as you know. Those three together, are used in an algorithm to produce the index. And here we see that we are above the sub-Saharan African average, but that's not our peer group. Sub-Saharan Africa has a lot of poor countries. So, that's not our peer group. Our peer group is LMICs, and we are well below the, LMICs. So even though we're spending similar to LMICs, we are not getting the results in all the dimensions of USC that we expect from LMIC. I think this is an important indicator. So let's look quickly at some design features of the NHIS. I'm not going to go through a lot of this because this is very well, this is knowledge that's, very broadly, out there now, in the country. But I want to draw attention to some features because
Hello, Dr. Tim.
Hello, yes.
We missed you for a little bit.
Oh, that's so.
I think just
Where?
your previous slide, please.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
At 1.4%. Okay,
just a moment. Just there's something here that I need to pay attention to quickly as well. 1.4%. Yes. So I was saying that this is going to be very crucial. So I think an important point, I'm glad that you brought my attention to it because it's going to be crucial in the rest of the discussion. The government's health expenditure as a percentage of GDP. There is a norm. We will look at it. There is an international norm that we are supposed to meet, and we are very well below that norm at 1.4%. I will come back to this later on. And then I mentioned the service coverage index. Did you miss that one too? The service coverage index. So I was saying that, so the service coverage index is the USC, indicator that is used to measure how countries are progressing towards USC, since USC is now an international mandate, as it were. The international community is broadly subscribed to it. So then the WHO and World Bank and others now maintain a database of what is called service coverage indices for countries. And that is a conglomerate of different factors. It's not just population coverage. It's about your population coverage, the services that you are providing, what is the quality of services that are being provided, and what is the extent of out-of-pocket spending. Those three dimensions of USC are brought together in an index. It's an algorithm that enables them to generate this index for every country. And I'm saying that Ghana, our index is 48, which is below our, country, our peer country figure of 58. Is that okay? Is that now okay? No, okay. I'm taking it that this is all right. You heard me, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'm now looking at certain design features of the NHIS. I was saying to draw attention to some points. You see that I think it's great. It's great to see that in recent times the informal sector population as a proportion of NHIS members is actually nearly a third. That is a dramatic improvement from the past, and it's probably the reason for the recent progress in the population coverage that we have seen. That's a very good sign, actually. I'm glad to see that because that's not an easy thing to achieve. getting increased coverage in the informal sector. But the thing I want to point to really is the indigents. 3.7% of membership is indigents. And that represents about 404,000 people and 1.3% of the total population of Ghana, which, according to this data, which was from 2018, is related to our poverty rate at that time was 12.3%. So to have only 1.3% identified as indigents clearly was far below what would be reasonable given that kind of poverty rate. But the other interesting thing is that this is also reflective of certain factors. I've noticed, and I would like to hear from, I know the NHIS folks are there, the NHIS people, and others to explain what happened between 2014 and now. That in 2014, the NHIS had about 2 million identified, nearly 2 million identified indigents. Then the NHIS went over to they went to the common platform, the LEAP project under the Ministry of Gender and Social Affairs for identifying indigents. And there have been dramatic declines in the number of indigents. And today we're talking about 12.3% poverty rate in 2018. Actually, poverty rate today is higher. If you look at the World Bank statistics, it's higher than that. What is the reason why we have such a very low proportion of indigents? Something happened once we started having them identified jointly with other sectors. And I would like, it would be interesting for someone to explain. I have my own intuition, but I guess, others have even more, relevant information. So I will leave that for, the discussion. So what are the challenges that, we are talking about? I was interested to hear, some of you have already pointed them out actually in this morning. The chair of the LOC, Dr. Randolph, actually, I was very intrigued when she was speaking. She was mentioning just these things. I had made a quick survey myself among some of your members, talked to some of your executive people. I also talked to some CHAC folks and so on. And some recurrent themes were just, delayed payments, the reimbursements, the chronic arrears of the NHIS, the service tariffs, which are not, acceptable to, a lot of providers, the top-ups and co-payments and so on. The underinvestment, and this one is not much talked about, really. The underinvestment in the health sector. I will come to this because it's an important point as well. The underinvestment is a key factor in the performance overall. And then people also mentioned the role of the NHIS as a regulator and implementer at the same time. I won't talk much about this, not because it's not an important point, but because in the framework that I've set out, first of all, we don't have a lot of time. And the framework that I've got doesn't necessarily allow us to talk a lot about this particular subject. And if anybody wants to talk more about it later on, that's fine. I also want to mention that some of you may recall, so if we were there at the time, that there was in 2016, I was asked by government to lead a technical review of the NHIS, and we produced a report also highlighted certain challenges, which are still actually there. But although I have to confess that there have been some movement on some of them recently, and I will come to those as well. The optimality and sustainability of the benefit package. I was very, very glad to hear, Dr. Randolph mentioned exactly this point as well. The benefit package itself not being aligned with the priorities of the country as stated. So that's a key point that we highlighted in the report. The inequity of coverage. We know that rural and deprived communities do not get the same NHIS benefit package due to the fact that they don't get the same quality of care and they have less choice of providers than people in the urban areas. That's a fact, and so it speaks to inequity in the coverage. And overall, the continuing underperformance of Ghana's health system, as some of those indicators we saw, the poor health indicators. And I just want to admit, or acknowledge from the beginning, because I don't want my role as critique or critical supporter to be dominated. Just simply the critique part coming out more than being a supporter as well, or at least someone who acknowledges what big steps forward we have made as a country. The NHIS design, it does imbue it with very strong strategic purchasing potential, and I just want to signal some of these big steps forward the country has made on strategic purchasing. One is that we have a single agency with a single pool for the NHIS benefit package. That's a very big step forward already. Many countries don't have that, especially in Africa. Many countries don't have that yet. They may have a single agency, but they don't have a single pool. The financing is based principally on public sources, as we shall see, not just individual premiums. This again is best practice. WHO, calls it. My favorite one is that the benefit package of the NHIS is the same, exactly the same for everyone enrolled in the scheme and who needs that service, as irrespective of their contribution status. Again, this is an area where, in fact, there's no other African country which has adopted this model yet. South Africa, if they actually ever get their act together, because there have been interminable controversies about their, introduction of their scheme, has not been, seen the light of day yet. But that is aiming at a similar model, but they are not even in the implementation stage yet. So we are the only country that's able to do this. And I think that's a big kudos to our NHIS. And then the fact that a specific and innovative funding source was identified to subsidize the benefit package and pay for the premiums. These are very great achievements of our scheme that I want to acknowledge, because I will have some things to say that are, not as it were, laudable about it. So the results show that, however, the results to date have shown that we are not realizing this potential as much as we should. And there are some related to certain factors. The design issues of the benefit package issue is a design issue. And also another design issue that are not highlighted yet, which is that the principal NHIS revenue source, the NHIL, is not directly linked to membership growth. In most schemes, based upon usual premiums or budget from the government, there's a rough relationship between the cost of the scheme and what the revenue that they are getting. Because the more members you get, the more revenue, comes in, or the more the budget, is increased, and so on, to take account of it. But here we have a fixed source in a way, which is not directly related. It was never even calculated, in the actuarial work that ILO did. They don't even calculate that, the NHIL was necessarily going to be increasing in line with membership growth. In fact, if you look at it critically as an economist, the inverse relationship is even possible, that membership growth can actually be linked to lower revenues from the NHIL. That's not the kind of relationship that you want in a scheme like this, but that's a factor that you should always keep in mind. The implementation issues that we're talking about also, of course, account for this. By the way, the under-investment reminds me that that the law requires the NHIS to transfer 10% of its revenue to the MOH, and it's supposedly for the quality of care, aspects. And I don't know whether this has ever been presented and shown that this is what the money is being used to do or not. But that's important. I just want to point out that many countries which are deliberately set up their schemes with planning and so forth started with the infrastructure preparatory work before they actually set up the scheme. Thailand and Turkey are very good examples. South Africa, with all its problems currently, is at least investing in infrastructure upgrading to be able to be ready for for the scheme. Because once you have the scheme, utilization will increase. So you want this infrastructure, HRH, and others to be up to the mark to be able to meet the demand that is going to increase and so on. We didn't actually do that, because everybody knows under political pressures under which the scheme was started, it didn't happen. But it could have happened, even after starting. And I think that's an area that we really need to revisit again and again. So I'm saying that these issues, especially the implementation issues, are related to some of the design problems that we talked about, but also to the non-strategic nature of our NHIS purchasing. And what do I mean? So strategic purchasing, I think, is now acknowledged as the best global strategy for USC. And there are some requirements, there are some specific conditions and requirements for strategic purchasing. And all of these are actually required in order to be able to purchase strategically. One is pooling. Ghana, we already have the pool, so I'm not going to spend much time on that. It's just, I wanted to point out that the WHO recommends that the public funding aspect should be the most important source for USC and not any other source. I want to really emphasize that, and because it's a point that I'll be coming back to later on. Defining the benefit package, which responds to the needs of the individuals and the health priorities of the country, which in economics we call allocative efficiency, and to make sure that that benefit package is available to beneficiaries, which requires, in the case of resource-constrained countries, prioritizing PHC over creative care, as the chair of the LOC told you at the beginning. The provided payment mechanism, which should be output-based and incentivizing efficiency and quality of care. then providers, especially public sector providers, should have managerial autonomy to make decisions to respond to and benefit from. The thing is that when you have a provided payment mechanism reform, it's supposed to give signals to the providers to respond to. But if the providers don't have the managerial autonomy to make decisions that respond to those incentives, then it is actually no point even in having the reform, because it doesn't really bring about the benefits that you are expecting. So this go in tandem. You have to have also the provider reform, the management reform, to ensure that managers can use resources and allocate them to their best use in response to the incentives that have been created by the UAC agency. Finally, monitoring and accountability is an area where I've had debates with folks in the NHIS in the past. People think that they are doing their best. To be honest, is one of the areas where I rest dissatisfied about where we are. This requires strong information systems and analytics and so on. But it requires a culture of transparency, above all, to report to the public, in a way that enables us to assess the performance of the scheme. Not just metrics like number of members, composition, the claims, revenue, and so on. It's also metrics that capture some of, there are metrics that can capture some, intangibles like quality of care, output-based, achievements, customer satisfaction, some equity indicators. These are easy to actually get, the number, the composition of members, for instance, in terms of equity, can be more rigorously done. And in the medium term as well, health outcome, measures which are related to health financing and strategy purchasing can also, can be done. There are countries that do that. Estonia, I keep mentioning, as the best example of how that is done. So these are requirements for strategy purchasing. And that may well be, frankly, that slide that I just passed may well be my most important one, because it does summarize everything, basically, and frames what I'm going to be saying next. So these are the requirements. But what is strategic purchasing? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the passive purchasing a bit. I think that people have basic notions of what strategic purchasing is. But I just want to look at that cube, because that, no presentation on USC is ever complete without talking about the USC cube. And there are, better representations nowadays of this cube, but nevertheless, I use the most simple version of it. So you see that there are the three areas that I mentioned of UAC: the population covered, the services covered, and the out-of-pocket spending. Those dimensions all make UAC. And if you understand why our country, when we may be making a lot of progress, and there are countries that make a lot of progress on population coverage, but are not moving fast or making noticeable progress over UAC, is because the other dimensions have been ignored or are not having the same attention. And that is where the problems arise. In strategic purchasing, you are using the funds to achieve particular results are related to all those objectives, not just population coverage. You are trying to use the funds to solve specific problems. You are trying to send market signals and incentivize quality of care. You are, trying to make sure that you are, as an agency, a price and quality maker rather than a taker of those, variables. And to give, further, examples. Now I'm going to go more practical in terms of examples of how this is done. So the role of pooling and public funding, I've mentioned that, this is important. Here, I said the public funding is the key, to achieving UAC. I'll give you, quickly, very, very soon, some other data shows that it's actually key. But you can see examples of countries where they are doing non-strategic purchasing and others that are doing strategic purchasing. You can always tell there are some indicators. You don't need to go into details of a country's, health financing, arrangements and so forth to know. There are certain indicators that are kept publicly that you can even use to tell. So in these three countries, for instance, at the left here, Philippines, Vietnam, and Indonesia, we look at the orange line is the out-of-pocket spending. The green line is the coverage, the population coverage. You see that in all those three cases, the population coverage is increasing. And in the case of, in Vietnam, even very dramatically. But look at what's happening with the orange line. It's hardly budging, hardly moving, in terms of, certainly not coming down. We want the out-of-pocket spending as a percentage of public spending, of all spending, sort of all current spending, to be decreasing in the course of time, not staying the same or even increasing in some cases. Take China and Thailand, on the other hand. This is what you want. You know, the out-of-pocket spending, in the case of China, population coverage started increasing from here around 2002 or so, increasing very dramatically, very, very dramatically. And look what happened immediately afterwards with the out-of-pocket spending. It's coming down significantly. That is what you want. In the case of Thailand, it's even better. You know, you are actually having population coverage going up, and you're having out-of-pocket spending also really hitting the floor. That is what you get if you are using public health strategically, public funds, sorry, I should say, public funds strategically. I'll just show. Okay, here is another graphic that shows. Forget about all the dots and so forth. This is African countries at different points in time. You know, we did, a few colleagues and I have been doing this. We did this for the Economic Commission for Africa a couple of years ago, and they wanted us to do some work to demonstrate these things that I'm talking about. And what, you know, the important point here I want to draw attention to is the red line. Forget about the dots. The red line is a trend line. It just represents all that, the rest here. And this is public spending as a percentage of GDP, you know, on the left, and then the out-of-pocket spending here. So if you are spending, say, about 2%, you know, of your GDP on health, you see that you are not making much dent on out-of-pocket spending, at least not dramatically. And certainly you are better than countries that are, you know, below 2%, because, you know, there are some countries that have 80%, even 90% out-of-pocket spending, to be honest. And, you know, that's corresponding to public spending, which is very low. So as the public spending increases, you see that out-of-pocket spending is decreasing. This is what you want. If you want to be under 20%, you want to have high, you know, spending on the public health spending higher, not less. That is what, you know, this is the kind of evidence on a global level that convinced WHO and others to actually recommend that public health spending is the most important, you know, driver of UAC, not other spending. And public health spending, by the way, usually, as we define it, includes government spending and external sources. Doesn't matter. But for sustainability, of course, it's government spending that is the key. Domestic spending, that's the key. So, okay, having said that, look at NHIS. We seem to be in a good place because our revenue sources from the NHIL and the Social Security make up more than 90% of the NHIS revenues. So we are actually, in fact, in the best practice, you know, category, because we are very, very highly dependent upon public health spending. So what is the issue then? Why is it that, you know, with this very high percentage, we are not actually hitting indicator levels that should be commensurate with, you know, what is expected from spending, you know, using, depending mostly on public funds for your UAC. The fact is, this is the answer. The proportion from public sources is great and laudable, but the total amount is actually far below what is required. Let me just show that. These two graphics, I apologize if they look, they're a bit difficult to make out. The left one represents what I've just been saying about, you know, our performance. So this is the average, this is public health spending as a percentage of current health spending. That's the left one, and with a cohort of African countries. You see that Ghana is doing well there, right? That means that we're actually depending more on public health, you know, public funds than we are on, say, you know, private sources. So clearly that's good. That's what I've been saying. It's another way of saying it, but it's not about NHIS. It's about the public, all our public spending, all our spending, actually, total spending. But look at this. This is the most important point of all. This is the most important thing that you want, is the right-hand graphic. It is public health expenditure per capita. It's not a percentage, it's a per capita. This is the most important, by far, indicator of what you can buy with the money, with that public. This begins to answer already the question about why we are not, despite the fact that we are 92% of our revenues in the NHIS from public sources, we are not hitting, indicators, results that should be commensurate with, the sort of thing that we expect from countries that are reliant on public expenditure. Look at that. Public spending, as here, as a percentage, per capita is far below. Our battery is running. You know why you're saying that my battery is running low? Okay, good. Able to connect. Okay, so here we have a cohort of African countries, again, the same cohort, and Ghana is well below. This line here, this reddish line, is a target that was set up by the high-level task force on UAC, in 2015. It's an international task force, which was under the chairmanship of Gordon Brown at the time, which set a target for UAC for all countries. And for developing countries, especially LMICs and so on, the target was at that time something like 80 something, but we have updated it. My colleagues, when we did this for the ECA, we updated that, so that because the dollar has not been constant since that time, we updated it. So today, that target will be $100. So we're saying that this is what you should be, your public per capita spending should be $100, if you are on the road to UAC. Look where we are, Ghana, we are actually at 54. Yeah. And, there are countries on the right-hand side, there's some of which don't have our, NHIS type of scheme, and yet actually far better off. So that is one indicator of, or explanation again of why our performance is not what we should expect. There are others, these are less important than the one I've just mentioned, the per capita spending, but these are also targets that the international community, follows. So I want just to show them there. There's also 5% of the GDP. That's also a target that is recommended, minimum of 5% for countries in our context. Again, we are not anywhere close. That's where the 1.4% comes in. We are not anywhere close to the 5% target here. That is just another indicator of where we are well below what we should be spending to get, to make significant progress towards UAC. The Abuja target, I was saying, not much, that the right-hand side is the Abuja target, which is very much loved in the health sector. That's why I put it there. But to be honest, I personally am not one of the lovers of that target. I have lots of reasons why that's not a good target at all, but we will not discuss that now. So in addition to the public underfunding of our, UAC scheme, the other conditions of strategic purchasing are not met, but we don't have enough time to go through all of them. So I'll just take two key ones: the benefit package, the provided payment mechanism. So the benefit package design. Okay. Again, I did repeated earlier on the fact that the NHIA boasts that it covers 95% of the disease burden in Ghana. Well, already in 2016, our review called this into question, agreeing that because of the curative care focus of the scheme, which I was very happy that someone acknowledged that already, the curative care focus of the scheme, it's not possible that it's covering 95% of the health conditions of the country, because most of what is excluded is at PhD level, including prevention and promotion, which are the ones which are holding back actually our progress, because most of the factors that easily improve our health indicators, life expectancy, child mortality, maternal mortality, and so on. Those can be handled with a very good PhD system. This is well known, right? WHO actually argues that 90% of the conditions, that affect the population can actually be handled at PhD level if it is a functioning PhD system. Okay. That's not where we were and not where we are still. So it meant that the scheme was not aligned properly with the health priorities of the country, which we have ascribed to, in many policy documents, including international conventions. So it leads to allocative inefficiency, as the economists would say, as well as a more expensive package than is really needed to achieve our, most immediate goals. And then came, in the last few years, the Ministry of Health led an exercise to define the essential health services package. Again, someone mentioned that the essential health services package in Ghana, right? Which is what the package of a UAC would look like if Ghana was, I was able to achieve UAC. Then this package was mapped to the NHIS benefit package. And what did we find? That the NHIS benefit package covered fully 48% of the ESP. So it isn't, so the 95% claim isn't really correct. Because if you look at it from the point of view of what we should be covering if we are, as a USC package, we are actually covering 48%. So, and what was not covered, again, exactly what the technical review, argued and discovered in 2016, the PAC, Preventive and Promotive Services. That's all clear now. It's all in black and white in this document, it has been produced by the MOH. But the good news is that, and I really salute the, authorities for this, that with this clear evidence, there's now initiatives at the level of the government, NHIS and GHS in particular, to pilot, bringing in promotional and preventive services so that it will be part of the NHIS value proposition to members. It's not accompanied by the resources that are needed yet, but I think that a different argument, and perhaps maybe one that will become even more forceful if we are actually going to include this benefit package, because then the population would probably be mostly even behind any reforms that require additional funding. Now, there are two types of USC design which have different approaches to how to contain or meet the cost of a benefit package. There's a UK NHS type, which is called the beverage type. There's a German social health insurance model. Those are historically the ways in which you design a scheme to ensure that you can more or less meet the cost of it. It's thought about deliberately in advance. So the UK system, the budget is the constraint, is the fixed constraint. That one is decided annually by Parliament. The benefit package must now be provided within that budget. The reason why there is so much controversy in the UK year after year about services, because the budget is never enough for what the NHS would like to cover or what the population would like. But every country has limitations and resources, and so they have to make trade-offs. And that is why there are always controversies. And you see in the UK, there are always waiting lists, almost always waiting lists for at least elective services, elective procedures and so on. They keep postponing them, because that's the way to rationalize, to manage within the budget that is given. The budget is a fixed constraint. But about the benefit package, in this case, is therefore not a fixed one. It's not, there's no law in the UK that says that the NHS must provide this or that service to everybody. There's no such law. You can't take the NHS in the UK to court because they didn't provide a certain service. And indeed, actually, a woman tried that in Birmingham not so long ago, because her kid was sick. It was known that the technology was available to treat the kid, was a boy actually. And she took the NHS to court because the NHS said no, they were not providing this service under their under their scheme. And the woman lost. She lost in court because the NHS cannot be compelled to provide a particular service if it's not, especially when they are backed by the public agency, the NHIS, the National Institute for Clinical Health Excellence, which makes decisions of this kind, which says that it's not cost effective. They wouldn't provide it. So that's the one way which you ensure the benefit package can be afforded. The German one is not like that. That one has a fixed benefit package. The law, that one is in law. The law says that this benefit package, that's because usually these schemes have been arrived at historically in negotiations with trade unions. And those trade unions have requested to have those benefits. They want to have the specific benefits defined and enshrined in the law. So the result is that it is the premiums which are collected from those workers and the government subsidies for the poor, which are used then to meet the cost of the package. So the revenue here is the flexible element, the variable that can be manipulated. It's not the benefit package. And so, and of course, so long as you are able to collect enough revenue or allocate enough revenue, you can then maintain sustainability. But that's a different, perspective from the UK system. And yet, however, in recent years, because of sharply increasing healthcare costs, which is almost a universal law in USC, increasing healthcare costs, coupled with the stagnant or slowly rising wages in say Europe and other countries, subsidies actually have been increasingly displacing premiums. So even the German and the continental European systems, which are based on the German model, are now moving increasingly towards the UK system because it's politically unsustainable to keep raising premiums. And in fact, actually, this has contributed to massive fiscal deficits in many European countries that fixed benefit package. And in 2008, for instance, the global financial crisis brought this into focus, which in Greece, if people remember, the IMF and the European Central Bank all telling the Greeks that they have to reduce their benefits, the social benefits, not just health benefits, all the social benefits and so on, because it was unsustainable during the crisis. That is that model what it produces. Nevertheless, a developed country can afford it, and many countries are able to do it. I'm not in any way criticizing the model. France, Switzerland, others are able to, provide a benefit package that's, bar none. I mean, one of the best, some of the best systems, in the world are actually countries that are operating this model. That are, countries that actually are, boasting usually among the top 5 healthcare system, top healthcare system in the world when there's this, evaluations done and so on. But I want to say that the move towards subsidies displacing premiums seems irreversible because that it seems to be the trend globally. So in any case, the point I want to make here is that where do we place Ghana? Maybe that's an interesting question for discussion there. I'll leave that for discussion because I do have a sense of what the design gives us, but maybe it's a very good exercise for people to think about and maybe help to move us towards a model that is more sustainable. So the NHIS in earlier years, not recently, in many years ago, used to produce this graphic to actually boast about how well the scheme was reading and so forth. And all the things that are in red are things that I've added, and including, of course, the population coverage was different at that time. So I've actually updated that to what we have now. And, I put this in. And the thing I just want to point out here, it's not a lot, is that the benefit package is comprehensive for most of these countries. There's like Ghana as well. Also that all the other countries apart from Ghana have much higher income. This was not in the NHIS graphic when they produced this years ago. I put this inside. And yet all those countries have co-payments except Ghana. So the one that has the least income, the least affordability is the one that is not having any cost control. Just to point that on out, So the provider payment mechanism. After the benefit package, I think the most important issue of the Ghana NHIS is really the provider payment system. While I speak of this in historical terms and it might appear a little negative, I want to say right off that I think there are movements in recent times that are both on this and the benefit package, that are actually very salutary in my view. I have interacted very briefly with the current minister when he was CEO and the current CEO as well at the same time. And I found positive vibes and, as regards reforms along this direction. So I want to say that this right off that this is not a static picture as I probably were presenting it. But nevertheless, that's historical situation where we are, and we haven't yet carried out the reforms fully. So I can still talk about it in that way. So the benefit, the provider payment system is a design issue, unlike the benefit package issue. It's a design issue. And it helps to explain some of the other problems that we are talking about, that we mentioned earlier, the delayed payments and service tariffs and co-payments and so on. It also affects the sustainability of the benefit package itself. And yet there are systems that can help us to alleviate these problems. There are methods of provider payment that could help to alleviate these problems. What I call the value-based care and payment systems or models. And I would say that with that question, that the provider payment system is probably now our biggest drag on performance. The fee-for-service system, which is used for PAC, is notoriously expensive, cost escalating, and incentivizes overutilization. But not to completely, knock fee-for-service under. I mean, it's very notoriously unpopular with economists and so forth. But in fact, it can be part of a blended system to be used to strategically achieve certain purposes. Because in our countries, there are certain services that are underutilized, and public policy may want to encourage their use. That is what is called in economics merit goods. And fee-for-service may be used to encourage the utilization of those services strategically within a blended system. It definitely cannot be the base of the system, but it can be used. So I just want to make that point. And remember that as soon as the problems of the fee-for-service were recognized at the beginning, the NHIS instituted the Ghana GDRGs reform. But the GDRGs failed at the objective of controlling costs very, very quickly. And my favorite, episode or anecdote from that time, it's even more than an anecdote actually, because it was a review for the Health Summit about a year or so after the introduction of GDRGs. And there was a conclusion. 2 sentences stood out for me in that review. They said, since the introduction of the Ghana DRGs, there are no more cases of simple malaria in Ghana. All the cases are complicated. That, for me, summarized that GDRGs had actually failed at their purpose. I think you all know what I'm talking about on what this sentence is referring to, that we no longer simple malaria. There was a joke that the GDRGs was a healthcare reform that actually degraded the health of a country. It was a joke, of course. So I just want to mention that countries that have made progress on the sustainability of their USC systems tend to use close-ended or budget-neutral payment mechanisms. Okay, population-based payment, right? It's a cost control model that pays providers based upon the number of patients that they serve, right? That is also the same as value-based payment, or they are a part of value-based payment systems or approaches, which actually incentivize, accountability for quality, cost, prevention, promotion, as person-centered care. There can be some objections to population-based payments that they can lead to under-treatment, which is true. But in order to implement that adequately, then you need to have protections against this. Strong oversight mechanisms on consumer protections. The right, for instance, for consumers to be able to change their providers at regular intervals, strategies to monitor and evaluate the quality of care, for instance. And so close-ended or budget-neutral systems, what are they? A system is close-ended or budget-neutral if the provider the purchaser can fix the cost of healthcare provision within a given budget, and then not exceed this fixed amount, subject to certain conditions. Okay, so capitation is a very good example, for instance, of a close-ended or budget-neutral system. But another one is a global budget. The global budget is another payment mechanism which is used usually for higher levels of the health system. The global budget is what the UK has, because they have got it for the whole country. But you can have a global budget at a level, a system level, subsystem level, and that will set the context. For instance, you set a global budget for all the payments that will be made within a certain period, annually, quarterly, or whatever. And then you set the rates for services based upon a point system that enables you to arrive at the total cost that is equal to the global budget. Okay, and the budget cannot be exceeded except under certain conditions, for instance, higher than foreseen morbidity and so on, epidemics, that kind of thing. So many countries use capitation as a PSC model. I'm not going to go through this. I think I've asked the organizers to share these presentations with you. So if people want to look at this later on, they can do so. But Estonia has it's a good example here that is shown for the blended system I'm talking about, blended or mixed method, which uses different payment methods to complement each other. And you can use, as I said, fee for service. You can even use bonuses and so forth. In the UK, they have, apart from capitation, you have fee for service as well. Bonus for achieving certain targets for instance, immunization. Remember very well that in the UK that a GP who would ask you as soon as you come in whether you are vaccinated for this or that condition. And if you hesitate, as we don't kind of remember and so forth, quickly you are getting the vaccination, because the incentive was to vaccinate rather than under-vaccinate and so on in that system. So global budgets and budget neutrality is used in the UK, used in Thailand and other countries. The budget is given at the beginning of a period and then can be varied at the end of the year to adjust for abnormal morbidity and so on. So it is not set in stone, and the surpluses can be retained or divided up with the providers. So strategic patient examples. Again, if you go through the slides later on, if you have them, you might see that I've given these examples using the very criteria that we talked about, okay, the service coverage index, the benefit package design, the provider payment mechanisms, and the monitoring and accountability and so on, other aspects, and how they, they put all that together to achieve universal coverage. And you see that those countries, they have universal coverage index. Countries that are said to have universal coverage, to be made remarkable progress with universal coverage, all have USCI indices above or not less than 75. Okay, index 75%. So you find that those countries all have either 75 or above, and population coverage, nearly 100%, significantly higher. So lessons and conclusions. Thank you for your patience. So lessons from global experience for reforms in Ghana. The funding issue. We need to invest significantly more in the supply side to address the historical underinvestment and take care of quality, of care, which is lacking for a lot of people who are in the scheme. We also need to take efficiency reforms. I didn't talk much about the medical loss ratio. One of the things I've taken some pride in all my years of working in health financing is that I've helped to popularize the idea of medical loss ratio. Medical loss ratio actually does come from private health insurance, I must admit, especially US. Nevertheless, it's a norm that has become accepted by even social insurance schemes. And it's a very important norm. What is medical loss ratio? It's about how much of a scheme should what percentage of the revenue of the scheme should be spent on overheads and other things, as opposed to paying for health services. That is an important norm. I was astonished when we were designing the NHIS. Actually, was one of the people arguing about this almost right at the start, about why there was no such requirement about what the maximum expenditure on overhead should be. Ghana is about one of the few countries that doesn't have it. Even other African countries have it. That's why I said I take some pride in, especially Nigeria, because I've worked in Nigeria for a long time as well. And in Nigeria, I take responsibility for the fact that nearly everybody now, includes medical loss ratio. The state level, you go federal level, they talk about it. Even if they don't respect it, at least the law is on the side of those civil society and so who want to insist that you should not spend more than certain amount on overheads. And indeed, in case of Nigeria, is not the norm for social health insurance, 10 to 15%. I've got here. That's not, Nigeria is actually, I think they are being more realistic than me. They know knowing their context. So there's usually about 20% or something like that, or about around 20%, which is fine to have. At least they have it. That's the important thing. I was a couple of weeks away ago. I was in Tanzania. We were discussing these things, and I pointed out that that they were also trying to do this. They were also trying to put it, and they have also been learning. They actually came to Ghana. They went to Nigeria, the other places, and they found that the best practice is having something like this. So this is spreading. If we don't put a cap on it, you have what happened in Kenya some years ago, where they were spending more than 60% on overheads. Yes, a long time ago. And when this was discovered, they had sacked the entire board and instituted reforms, and it came down to about 33% or so. I think it came down, but even so, people are not still satisfied with the Kenyan scheme. So you do need to have some norms, benchmarks. The benefit package, I think we've said a lot about this. It should be redesigned and to focus on especially primary healthcare, but that's where we can make the easiest gain for the least possible investment to be able to improve our suboptimal health indicators. I would recommend, as we did in 2016, that PHC be made unconditionally available to all Ghanaians, not only holders of the NHIS card, because the NHIS is funded by public money, not only NHIS members. More than 90% of its revenue comes from our taxes, and therefore it should be available to, some service. I'm not saying that everything. You certainly cannot say everything should be available to everybody. That's not possible. But PHC at that level, that basic foundation should be unconditionally available. And I know the NHIS will need cards. Yeah, sure. But make them register when they come for the service. So you can say it's available to everybody. If you don't want to take advantage of it, that's your problem. But if you want to take advantage of it, you need a card. We'll give it to you when you come for the service. That's fine. All Ghanaians automatically, 100% automatically already are covered. by the scheme for a fundamental service. They provided payment. As I said, there are signs I've detected in my interactions with some policymakers in the two major political parties that the reality is actually sinking in. You can avoid population-based payment. Actually, I've particularly mentioned that I found that particularly the current minister, when he was CEO, and the current CEO, I have noted that they're actually very open to discussions about population-based payment systems. And so I think that that's a fundamental, shift in our culture. And I want to commend that very highly, as well as the fact that now they're also opening up to including prevention and promotion in the package. So two areas that we have been, pulling us back are areas that I can already begin to see there's some light at the end of the tunnel. So really kudos and bravo to our policymakers who are beginning to think in these, terms. Provider autonomy, I've not seen movement yet there. Our public, during our review, we went to commercial, and I remember seeing public providers, facility managers who were just powerless in responding to the incentives that the NHIS had given them with the capitation pilot that they had at that time, which was ongoing. They just couldn't take the kind of decisions that private sector could take, and so they were they were basically undermined, in that respect. You need more autonomy for facility managers for them to be able to respond to any provider payment incentives initiatives that you take. Monitoring and accountability, I can't stop talking about that, because I do think that the culture of accountability is not very strong. To be honest, I've not seen that to be the case. I know that NHIS people would disagree with me. I mean, I have disagreements with folks. I've argued with people, in the past about it, whoever, whether it was Nat or, Lydia or others, and so on. But I do think that, we can do more. In our review, we said that monthly, quarterly, and annual performance metrics for the NHIS need to be tracked and monitored with independent beneficiary group participation. That's the key thing, as well as health outcome surveys periodically in collaboration with the Ghana Health Service, the Ghana Statistical Service, sorry. I've mentioned, Estonia is a very good case. It's the best example of how you can report, transparently and in a way that people can assess your performance in real terms, and I still want to say that these reforms, if they are implemented, they will help us to tackle the challenges that we identified at the beginning, whether it's sustainability, optimization of the benefit package, our delayed payments, tariffs, and so on, which will lead to better performance in terms of our key health indicators. So, my final slide, then I just want to, again, note the fact that finally, I think we are seeing some movement on some of the intractable issues, that have bedeviled us in the past, and, whether it is the benefit package or the payment reforms. Hopefully, also the payment reforms too, they'll be coming back on the agenda soon. And just to note also that nevertheless, there are some challenges, especially because of the underinvestment. We still have problems with the quality of care and access to the NHIS benefit package. Those who live in the big urban areas and the cities have different access to care than those who live outside those privileged areas, despite the law and the fact that the benefit package is equitable in the law. So a big message that I always carry with me when I talk to audiences in other countries is that UAC in Africa depends crucially on finding a solution to how to cover the informal sector in an equitable fashion. That really encapsulates some of what we have just been saying. And mandatory legislation alone wouldn't cut it. We can't just say everybody must register. No one has ever been able to do that, make that work in Africa. You can make your legislation, and I actually have, gave a talk about this in Nigeria, and people were actually, they're minded to say that, actually such laws are not even helpful. What we really needed was the effective measures to ensure automatic coverage, removing financial barriers and investing, significantly in the infrastructure and HRH and the systems to improve quality of care would make people want to be members and put pressure on the government to invest even more and so forth. That is really essentially what is required to be able to get us towards UAC. At the same time, as I said, the recent trends that I've seen here in our country give me hope, and it gives hope to all those who are fighting tirelessly to improve our system. What is important, therefore, is never to give up, to continue to put the pressure on our policymakers to ensure they keep on making this progress. So Ghana is taking a very great step in terms of health financing, but my essential message is that there's no room for complacency because a lot remains to be done. Thank you all very much for your attention, and glad to take any questions and any comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chrisatim. I believe he deserves a higher applause. That was an excellent presentation. I haven't learned so much about health financing since I took Prof. Pierrot's class in HSRM. All right, so before we have a musical interlude, we have special dignitaries among us. So I'm going to start with Dr. George Irakwa, who is the Vice Chairperson, Ghana Association of Medical Lab Scientists, Ashanti Region. Can you give us a wave? Welcome. Then we have Dr. Elliot Elidogbe, Financial Secretary of the Ashanti Region, GAMLS. Welcome. We have Dr. Randolph Edu, the Medical Director, Kwada to SDA Hospital. He runs an excellent hospital. In fact, that's why I take my parents. Thank you. We have Mr. Isaac Giabo Ofori Esquire, the President, Patient Rights Group. Then we have Miss Ellen Ofori Boatson, the Counselor, Anglican Senior High. Then we have another counselor for Kumasi Girls, Mrs. Victoria Hammond. Then we have Mr. Eric Adongo, Assistant Regional Secretary, Ashanti, Ghana National Association of Teachers. Can you give us a wave? Very popular association. Then we have Mr. Theophilus Menta, the District Secretary, Kumasi Metro. Same association. Welcome. And then, of course, we have some senior high schools among us. We did an earlier introduction, but we had only one school here. So number one, Prempeh College, can you stand up and give us a wave? Welcome. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We have Kumasi High School. And then Kumasi Technical University. And then not forgetting Kumasi Girls Senior High. They gave us a dance earlier on. And not forgetting, you know, a lot of people say they make the world go round, but they don't. And a lot of people can say they make GMA go round, but usually they don't. But then we have a group of people, special people. They make GMA go round. So let's give a round of applause to the Council of the Ghana Medical Association. Thank you very much.
This my co-MC can lobby, you know what I mean? Because council meeting is tomorrow. She's already placing her bets. Let's give her a clap. And before the choir comes in to give us, this is a health-oriented association. So we know you have been sitting for long. So we need to shake you up a little. So there's a special clap. When you clap it, all the nerve fibers fire straight to your brain, energize it, and then it descends to your body. And Honorable Minister says, as you say, it descends to your waist, and then shakes it up, and then to your feet. So please, shall we all be upstanding, please? So it goes like this. When I say Atama, you go. So Atama, Atama, Atama. Please, those sitting, Nana is standing. If Nana is standing, okay, you know what I'm saying. So Atama, Atama, Atama. Very good. The next one is called Lamako. It's like this. Lamako. 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 Very good. Your finger, your palms must be stinging. If you are not doing that, then you are not clapping. Okay, so Atama, Atama, Lamako. Very good. The last one is like the name of a lady. A lady. I haven't said she's my girlfriend or not. It's not a confession. That is Aberina. So Aberina. Aberina. Somebody is clapping behind somebody, so I should not see it. But I have seen it. So Aberina. Very good. So now, the way I say it, if it is fast, you go fast. If it is slow, Thank you. You're in the spirit. So Atama, Lamako, Aberina, Atama, Amako, Lamako, Aberina, 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 Aberina. You see, you are all awake. Now the choir, please give, nobody should sit to choir, give us the music and let them continue with a dance. Choir Moyacho. Honorable Okoboy, please, you cannot sit down. I want to see something. Let there be movement. Please feel free to come in front and dance. Nana. Honorable. NHIS, please. Let's see something. Nice one. The ministry will release your monies for you if you dance. Orange, regional director is dancing. Oh, he is doing a simple one. Dr. Metin cry. Orange. Dr. Vera is also dancing. That's the medical director for Sunyani Technical University. My own professor says he cannot sit down. Mess up. Assume person modi asana ebitino. Oh yeah. Yes,
Oh yeah, mommy, come. Yumbo, 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 yumbo. Yeah, yeah. What you know? Forwarding, I'm forwarding,
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Somebody said he just received his healing from the song. And let me tell you, Minister says you guys are top notch. Let's give them a clap. Please, for all those who have stepped out for biological break, please let's quickly come back inside so that we start the next session. Louisa, what do you have for us?
So we have more dignitaries among us, but unfortunately, most of them have stepped out. I don't know if we can still go ahead or wait for them. Okay, so we will go ahead and start with our next on the program, which is a presentation going to be given by Dr. Abuaji Da Costa of the NHIS. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the NHIA. He'll be talking on the expectations and realities, the strengths and weakness of the NHIS. With a hand of applause, let's welcome him.
Let's do it better. Let's do it better. Let's do it better. Let's do it better.
Once we work on the podium, please, if you are outside, kindly come inside. We are about to start our presentation. Please come in. We will get the ushers to bring you your snacks if you haven't gotten it yet.
All right, so let's clap as we receive Dr. Abuaji da Costa.
All right, you know, this whole meeting is about health financing, mainly about the national health insurance. And if we are going to talk about the national health insurance, there's no better person to hear from than the CEO of the National Health Insurance Authority. So please kindly come in, come take a seat so that we can start the presentation. It's not one you want to miss. It's not one I want to miss either.
And everything displays the wonders of your place. You took my sin, my guilt, my shame, and you gave me your name. We go sing hallelujah. I believe in the universe that you made, and everything displayed. The wonders of your grace. You took my sin, my guilt, my shame, and you put your name on me. So we go sing hallelujah. Victory in you. We're coming home in the road. My victory in you. We're coming home in the road. Debbie. And everything. So I just love your grace. You took my sin, and you put on me. On me. What's that? What's that? We'll count it on and to me so what's this? What's it? I can't throw my soul say, let me shower. I can't stop him and say he died. I know that's funny. Let's walk over you do my best. Hey, oh, please, God, let him my
Climbed up to the highest mountain, looked all around, couldn't find nobody. Went down into the deepest valley, all around down there, couldn't find nobody. I went across the deep blue sea, couldn't find one to compare to your grace, your love, your mercy. Nobody greater than you. Searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody great, nobody greater, no, nobody greater than you. Searched all over, couldn't find nobody. I looked high and low, still couldn't find nobody. Nobody great, nobody greater, nobody greater than you. Nobody can heal like you can. Oh, most holy one, you are the great I am. Awesome in all your ways, and mighty is your hand. You are he who carried out redemption's plan. You are he who carried out redemption's plan. Nobody great, nobody greater Jesus. Nobody greater than you. Searched all over. Searched all over. Couldn't find no. Couldn't find nobody. Still couldn't find nobody. Nobody great. Nobody great. Nobody greater than you. Come on, lift those hands for real in here. Come on. Nobody greater. Nobody greater, Jesus. Nobody greater than you. Nobody greater. Nobody greater. Nobody greater. No. Nobody greater than you. Now lift those hands, singers, and let's just give him the glory. Nobody greater. Couldn't find nobody greater than you. I dare you lift.
Hello. 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 Welcome back. Welcome back. Please, if you are still outside, can you come in so that we can continue? There'll be more food later, so kindly come in. The ushers can bring it to you if you want more. We have dignitaries among us that we want to welcome. We have Mr. Michael Kofi AJ, the original chair of GPAA. Kindly give us a wave. Ghana Physician Assistants Association. Kindly give us a wave. Thanks for coming. And then one special person I want to welcome. I had the honor of being in a class with him. And this man can debate you, can argue every topic on the planet. He is Mr. Felix Azure, Vice Chair of the Ghana Physician Association. And then we have Mr. Kweku Edusa, Regional Secretary of the Ghana Physicians Association. Then we have Mr. Shadrach Tete Boite, Regional Vice Secretary of Ghana Physicians Assistant Association. All right. So Mr. Gabriel Akweside is here. He's the Senior Admin Manager, Ashanti, for HIFRA. Senior Administrative Manager. Welcome. Then we have Mr. Mustafa Mohammed, Senior Administrator Manager, HIFRA, Ashanti. Miss, we can barely see you. Okay. All right. Please, our club is not coming. Thank you. The vibe is low. Let's clap for them. Then we have Dr. Med Oseichitu Ajemai, CCC, Kwadaso SDA, Clinical Care Coordinator, Then we have Nana Browa, the Diabetes Youth Center head. Then we have the patient rep of the Ghana Cleft Foundation. Kindly give us a wave. All right, thank you very much. Now, our speaker is here with us. We've already done an introduction, but since most of you were outside, let me introduce to you Dr. Abuaji Da Costa. He is the CEO of the NHIA, and he'll be giving us a presentation on the expectations and realities, the strengths and weaknesses of the National Health Insurance Scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Med MC. Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Srebo, President of the GMA, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Nananom, Regional Director of Health Service, Ashanti Region, distinguished guests, media partners, let me stand on the existing protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This afternoon. Okay. So it was supposed to be 10:45. Time management. It is an honor to address you at this 24th annual public lecture under the theme, Developing a Holistic Healthcare Financing for the Ordinary Ghanaian Beyond the NHIS. This theme is not only timely, but also crucial as we strive to ensure that every Ghanaian has access to quality healthcare without the burden of financial hardship. But let me start with this African proverb that says that no one is a repository of knowledge. What has been demonstrated this morning means that as a people, we can come together to find solutions to our challenges. The National Health Insurance Scheme has become a cornerstone of Ghana's healthcare system since its inception in 2003. It has provided a safety net for millions, ensuring that basic healthcare services are accessible to all, regardless of their financial status. And as we celebrate the achievements of the NHIA, we must also recognize that health needs are evolving, and our approach to financing must evolve accordingly. Now, I'll touch on some key things. So I'll start with a reflection on the NHIS achievements. Then I'll talk about some challenges and limitations. Then I'll look at a holistic approach to healthcare financing. Then how we can diversify our funding sources. Then how we can enhance efficiency and accountability. Then comprehensive coverage and inclusivity. Then I'll talk about financial risk protection. Then we can have some discussions on the way forward, which I call to action. Firstly, let us acknowledge the milestones achieved by the NHIA. Over the past 2 decades, the NHIA has significantly increased healthcare access and reduced out-of-pocket expenditure. Currently, we have on our database 28 million Ghanaians, with active membership as 17.8 million. This is as of 2023, and it represents 55.4, which is not far from what our keynote speaker said about 54.5, but here I have 55.4 of the population. The NHIA has also improved health outcomes, reduced infant and maternal mortality rates, and strengthened our primary healthcare service by providing over 80% of internally generated funds from most public health facilities across the country. So it means that we provide about 80% of the funding sources to the healthcare facilities. These successes are a testimony to our commitment to providing healthcare for all. Now let's look at some challenges and our limitations, which are fusing a holistic approach to healthcare financing. Despite these achievements, we are aware that there are challenges and limitations within the current system. The NHIS, like any social health insurance scheme, faces financial sustainability issues, service quality disparities, coverage gaps, and the threat of membership dissatisfaction arising from illegal charges, which we call co-payment. By the way, co-payment is not bad, but it's just a way of branding illegal payments. It is actually illegal payments, not co-payments. Additionally, the scheme often struggles to keep up with the rising cost of healthcare and the increasing demand for services. To address these challenges, we must look at a holistic approach to our healthcare financing. The NHIS in its current state needs reform. As you have heard from almost all the speakers, it has been stated here that for our 20-year history, we have been focusing on curative, and curative, with few vertical programs on preventive. And even when we initiated the Essential Health Service Package and we assessed it, we only found 45% as the cost that is being covered in our entire health system. This means that we must act now. There is no healthcare insurance scheme that will survive if you continue to fund diseases rather than looking at the determinants of health. Determinants of health serves as the anchor to reducing our healthcare financing. Therefore, there must be a shift to promotive and preventive services. It must be part of our claim system. On Monday, coming Monday, the minister, the board chair of NHIA, and key government officials will launch an aspect of promotive and preventive healthcare as part of our healthcare benefit package. This is a game changer. The second reform I want to talk about is the way the funds goes to the consolidated account. In fact, to me, that is not right. The NHIL, which you and I pays for it, must be sent to the NHIL account. Now, you pay your taxes through the NHIL, the GRA will vet it and send to the consolidated account. A warrant is issued by the Ministry of Finance before controller decides on how much of the warrant is given you. Under no circumstances should this be happening. So we've proposed to government that, the Honorable Minister talks about the money. Well, there must be a change in the act as well, because definitely the act says it should go to the consolidated account. So the reforms involve that the money should go directly to the NHIL account. And we must insist, and we have proposed to government, myself and the minister, we've been consistent about this. So I think it's work in progress. But I think if GMA should add their voices to, and other organizations should add their voices to it, it will be good for the country. Because even within the current context, the NHIL in the capping space is expected to be around 7.9 billion for this year. 7.9 billion. This year's budget for NHIS is 6.8 billion. So if the finance minister and GRA were releasing the funds, I believe that it could go way, obviously, to help the Ghanaian people in terms of the things that we finance. Now, when we met the providers were clear. They told us that the tariffs are too low. That's what they said. So our proposal is that let's review the tariffs. So the strategic purchasing unit of our NHIS with key stakeholders are reviewing the tariffs. Now, when we review the tariffs, this time we'll go a step further because every time tariffs are also reviewed, then by the time you realize, they said, obviously, charges are also being taken at the various facilities, what you call co-payment. Now, when we review the tariffs, we will get Parliament to give us what we call the automatic price adjustment in health economics, not like what happens in the fuel field. The automatic price adjustment means that depending on the current economic situation, we will set up a National Tariff Review Committee. That National Tariff Review Committee will review the prices of the items and services based on whether linked to inflation or the economic situation. Then it will be adjusted accordingly. Once we do that, there will be no moral right for any health facility to be charging our clients. And we will go hard on the facilities. Because at the end of the day, we want solutions. And we will be addressing this through the system. There's one important thing that I want to stress here. You see, the e-pharmacy is very good. And I believe that all hospitals should be linked to the platforms, like what we do in the United Kingdom. So that when you prescribe, you doctors, when you prescribe to the patient will take it to the pharmacy. Then the pharmacist will now determine if a drone be or and as a drone be niho. So a drone be niho, then you have to put it on the e-pharmacy platform for the patient to get the medicine at his local or where his local community or where he's staying. Then if the patient cannot go, because of the property addressing system, of which I've spoken to the Vice President about this, the drugs must be delivered to the patient's home. Yes, it's work in progress, but I think that is where we should be going. You see, digitalization holds the key to a lot of things. And from the NHIS perspective, we are investing a lot in digitalization. And we believe that it is a solution to fighting fraud and is a solution to making the system efficient. So by this, we'll continue to work until such a time that we get there. But those are the reforms that we need for the NHIS to be on its foot. Because at the end of the day, like I said, look at the amount of money that I've said, 7.9 billion, even on capping. So if the cap is no more and these efficiencies are being addressed, imagine how much we can, obviously, will we be talking about alternatives? Will we? You said yes. Some said no, some said yes. But I believe that the answer will be, it will go a long way to help us and it will reduce the out-of-pocket payments and all the inefficiencies that we are obviously talking about. So I think we should rather put pressure on government to make sure that we strengthen the systems to get more funding from the NHIL. Like the minister said, maybe there could be an increase in the NHIL in future. That could be a possibility. But at the moment where I stay, no, I'm saying that that could be a possibility. But at the moment where I stay, I believe that the funding, if we address the inefficiencies, will go very, very high, and it will help us a lot. So that's number 3 of the reforms. Now, private sector. Private sector is very crucial in this. I mean, in some countries, you hear philanthropists donating huge sums of monies to health systems. We have our footballers, we have our celebrities, we have our, I mean, a lot of, the faith-based organizations do a lot of work. So my point is, those sort of funding should also be channeled to the NHIS to obviously support our funding mechanisms. And we believe that all these will increase our funding strength to help the system. So, again, SNIT contributors. I believe everyone here, maybe all doctors are SNIT contributors. That's not the case. Okay. So one of the things that we have done, which you might have received a message, is, you see, people are paying for the services, but they are not getting the benefit that they deserve. So government takes 2.5 directly from your pay. Is that not it? As from the pension and the pay. Yeah, from pension and pay, because it's directly from your pay and pension. Now, when you pay for this, you are still asked to go and pay 8 cedis before you can become a member of the scheme. Is it logical? So the board, together with the ministry, in fact, it started when my boss was the CEO. We took a decision to waive the 8 cedis that SNIT contributors pay, and we are automatically onboarding all SNIT contributors. And this is also in line with our digitalization agenda. Now, we want your Ghana card to be your NHIS card. So if you are 15 years and above, we are saying that link your Ghana card with your NHIS card. Then once you do the linkage, you can now use your Ghana card to access healthcare services. And because you pay direct and indirect payment, and it will be easy through the Ghana card. Now, we looked on our system and we noticed that between the ages of 6 and 14, majority of them do not have Ghana card. So instead of going to print our own cards for these people, we said no, these young people, we said no, let's see this money to the NIA so that NIA will be able to produce this Ghana card for those young people between the ages of 6 and 14. Once you do that, Ghana Health Service currently is doing number at birth. You have put everyone on the line to accessing healthcare. So part of the reform will be a debate in the country to see if the 8 cedis should be waived for everyone. Then, as we've been talking about universal health coverage, you can see that it will be on site. But you see, you have to tie that to the funding mechanism. It cannot just be that alone. So formalization of the system is the 4th point that I want to talk about, because at the end of the day, that holds the key to achieving our universal health coverage. It holds the key, and it is anchored on what? Digitalization. So, like I keep saying, we are investing heavily on digitalization, but at the end of the day, it will also come down at some point, because once you invest and you can now detect the fraud and all the things that we've talked about, you will see that you wouldn't need that kind of investment in the future. So you know that you would have obviously reduced cost. So that is it. Now let's look at another source of funding for the NHI, which we believe is good, though the process has just begun. You see, by our act, we are to cover non-Ghanaians. We are to cover non-Ghanaians. Now, we believe that our brothers and sisters, our visitors, should be covered when they come to this country and they are sick. So there could be designated facilities, obviously, to help them. And that will bring in more funding. But again, the processes must be followed. So we've written to the Attorney General. I think Cabinet too, they're about to deliberate, or they've deliberated about it. I don't know for a fact, but I know cabinet, it was supposed to be sent to cabinet. But once cabinet takes a decision, we will send back to parliament for obviously a decision to be made to see whether our non-Ghanaians coming to the country must also have health insurance. In any way, it is in our act, and we are mandated to do what is in the act. But I think in doing this, transparency is very important, and I think we must carry the people along. I know recently there was an uproar about when it started, but again, that do not suggest the fact that it's not good. It's just that we just need to consult. So consultation would happen when we decide to do it. So on this, improving the efficiency and accountability of health spending is crucial. This can be achieved through robust monitoring and evaluation, which our keynote speaker talked about, transparency in fund allocation and reducing waste and fraud. Leveraging technology and digital analytics will also help in optimizing resource utilization. So since 2018, the NHIS has introduced a mobile renewal system by dialing *929# to renew and check membership eligibility. Introduce the My NHIS app. And also we have introduced what we call the Claim It IT systems. But I think we are also moving into the space of AI. There will soon be an AI which we continue to deliberate on because, like I said, we need to reduce our healthcare spending through efficiency savings, and we will do exactly so. We'll correct the systems as it is, because, I mean, laws are made for people, but when you do not enforce it, then it's abuse. So you will use the system approach through our digitalization agenda to make sure that we strengthen the system. So let me say that the NHIS is sustainable over many years. From all the things I've told you, I've identified the places that we can look to make sure that we get the funding from. Again, the vertical funding, the vertical programs. Because if you are calling for if you are calling for HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria to be added on the scheme, malaria is already on, but HIV, tuberculosis. Bear in mind, the global funds provide a lot of funding for these diseases. They are grants. Grants are given to the country. So should we be talking about a single source of financing so that it's accounted properly? Because I heard the keynote speaker talking about our CAPEX or our salaries and administrative costs. Look, I mean, I was telling the minister, if you tell me to obviously give some allocation to our members of parliament for chips, where will you classify that? For chip compound, because they are doing it in their community. And when you are calculating my overall spending in terms of the NHIS and you consider only claims, you are making a big mistake. Just now, we've paid $10 million for vaccines. $10 million. Is it not part of the healthcare spending? So you see, 10% of our allocation goes to the Ministry of Health. So if 10% goes, and they use it for antiretrovirals, they use it for immunization. So we must holistically look at how we obviously put all this together in such a way that we come up with the right figure. For me, the 54% that people are saying, or the experts are saying that we spent on obviously our financing, for me, is not right. Let's add the 10% to it, because the 10% goes to provide antiretrovirals. It goes to provide immunization services. So by that alone, you are hitting about 64%. The monies we give to the MPs for the chip is providing access, health facilities. The keynote speaker spoke about it. So that alone. So currently, I believe that we are doing over 70-something% if we put it right. if you put it right, trust me, we are doing over 70-something%, not the actual 50 that we are talking about. But in any way, there's room for discussion. That's why I said no one is a repository of knowledge. We are all here to address the gaps and make sure that we have a stronger NHIA. So in concluding, I'll say that developing a holistic health financing model is a shared responsibility. It requires the collaboration of government, healthcare providers, private sector partners, civil society, and every Ghanaian. We must all play our part in advocating for policies that prioritize health, supporting initiatives that drives efficiency, and holding ourselves accountable to the highest standard of integrity and service. And the word is integrity and service. As we look forward to the future, let us remain committed to the vision of a Ghana where quality healthcare is accessible and affordable for all. The journey beyond the NHIS is one that will require innovation, reforms, dedication, and collective action. Together, we can build a health system that not only meets the needs of today's, but also anticipates and addresses the challenges of tomorrow. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to an insightful discussion soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very excellent presentation. Thank you, Dr. Da Costa, and thank you for the good job so far. I'm sure a lot of questions on your minds right now is, okay, so what if I don't want to depend on the national health insurance alone? Is there an alternative for me? And that question will be answered by Mr. Kwashe Konto, who is the head of planning and budgeting in the Ministry of Health. Can we give him a round of applause? Whilst he's giving his presentation, those of you online, you can be typing in your questions in a Q&A session. We will be reading it out loud to our panelists.
Good afternoon to you all. Dr. Chair, Honorable Minister, my boss, Ananum, Director, Chief Executives, National Health Insurance, Regional Director, Dr. Tim Kram, my boss, colleagues, media, thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon to share some few thoughts on health financing in Ghana. This is the outline of my presentation. Trying to look at the background, please go back, and then some historical perspective, then window of option, financing options, some key messages and conclusion. So I think the first part of my presentation has been adequately dealt by Professor Chris Atim, whom we take inspiration from in this health financing space. But nevertheless, just to say a few things, Ghana, we have already signed to the UAC, and we've done a lot of things to ensure that all people living in Ghana have a full range of access to quality healthcare without any financial hardship. And then let me also say that health financing it goes beyond only just availability of funds, as said by Professor Tim, and it will also, the system will be affected by, if we have a good health financing, availability of services will improve, access will improve, and then people can also afford it. So this just framing the health financing systems within Ghana as prescribed by WHO. So Chris has already talked about the financing within overall health system, revenue raising, pooling, purchasing, which is the benefit. And then as far as UHC is concerned, we are looking at the intermediate objectives of equity in resource distribution, efficiency, which I think he talked about, the CEO has also talked about, and of course, transparency and accountability. And then ultimately, we want to ensure that we have coverage. People now can assess utilization goes up. We protect the poor. And of course, we looked at quality of service. This has already been talked to by Chris, so I ration on to that because we don't also have much time. Now, this is traditionally the health financing architecture in Ghana. We have all the sources, we have the benefits, and then the services that are purchased or providers provide. So we have government, we have private, which includes out-of-pocket. We have payroll, that is the SNIT one, and donor. And then we used to have community health financing, which because of the presence of national health insurance, we no longer have that. And all of this subscribe to a set of benefit package, which purchasers or the national health insurance or the private health insurance also buy on behalf of their clients. So just to give you some key health financing indicators performance, Ghana versus Africa. So as described earlier by Chris, these are the UHC indicators because we have subscribed to it, and now whatever we are doing, our benchmark is to attain universal health coverage. And as per our declaration, by 2030, we are hoping that Ghana will attain universal coverage. And these are the indicators that we use to monitor. So how much government spend on health? Is it enough? And that's a question we have to talk about. Who provide the source of spending? Is it household? Is it a government? Is it private insurer or whoever? How much fiscal space that the government budget have for increasing domestic spending? And that is the issue of, is the money enough? I heard the NHIA boss saying that it's capped. I believe Minister of Finance is also doing financial management. So that is where the argument is. Do they have to give all to health? And then what happens to the other sectors too? So it's also another discussion. And then the country making progress towards providing universal health coverage. So that is the indices that Chris talked about. And then how much per capita? I mean, if you look at it, how much are we spending per person? We just finished the National Health Account and for 2018, 2017, and the preliminary result shows that if we don't do anything about this, in the next 5 or 10 years, it will be worse. We'll be spending less because it's stated that we need a minimum of $86 per capita to achieve UHC, but we are doing less than that. And the way the trend is going, if we are not careful, we'll be going down that and we can't achieve that. We also want to ensure that we protect the poor. So households, out of pocket, as Chris showed, is also a major issue. It's high in Ghana, and so we need to look at it. Annual GDP growth is also one of the things we have to look at. So just this to show you some graphs on how sources of health spending by income. So if we look at Ghana, that's what I've highlighted. It's in tune with what Chris said. Government is the #1 financier, and then followed by out of pocket. So out of pocket is a major issue. And if we are aiming at reducing, attaining UHC, we need to look at it. But let me also say that the amount of money one has, you look at it, we have lower middle income, and then we have upper middle income countries. But the amount of money one spends not necessarily depends on the level of your economy. Because if you look at a country like Equatorial Guinea, it's in the upper middle income, but out of pocket is very high there compared to Ghana, which is in the lower middle income. So this also out of pocket. I mean, like Chris said, this is the average. We are doing about 35, and we are above the regional average among our peers. So it's also important we look at it. And then this is expenditure out of pocket per capita. Now, out of pocket as a current health expenditure. So you look at the line is the Afro average. It's coming down. But if you look at the Ghana situation from 2000 to 2020, it's a mixed one. We go up and we are coming down, but at least from 2015, we are going down, and we need to do more about that. And then this is our UHC service coverage index, which I've already talked about. So we are doing 45. And so we have a long way to go if we have to achieve our UHC by 2030. And so we need to do a lot more about this. So I think that is the background. Now, just to look at the topic, I'm supposed to talk about the alternative health financing. So what are the windows of health financing opportunities? How else can we finance the health sector delivery? So here, I'm looking at it in two options. The first option is what we have now, and I'm happy to say that we've gotten the basis right, where we have a universal budget. As far as UHC is concerned, government should be the main financier of health. And so we've gotten it. But I want to say that we, as a ministry, we've looked at this and we have developed our health financing strategy as to how we intend to finance health to attain UHC. And this is one of the documents that the Honorable Minister launched as soon as he took office. We have a few copies here, but we have a lot of copies in the office. So later, those who are interested can contact PPME, Minister of Health, for copies. So within it, as said, we want to, as part of our UHC, we want to promote population base. And that is what Chris was talking about as one of the issues that the National Health Insurance will have to look at it. And so we have started this by looking at our essential health services package to include a lot of preventive and promotive activities, which I'm happy to hear that the CEO is saying that next month or so, they are going to launch some aspect of it. We also believe that we'll still have to have people to have entitlement, some group to have some services, for instance, maternal and child health and all those things. We're talking about the entitlement in one way or the other because our financing is a tax base. Everybody somehow contribute to that, apart from your premium and others. But so the fact that they do not pay contribution doesn't mean they are not contributing to the National Health Insurance scheme or the financing. So we expect that those people who are outside the National Health Insurance we make an effort to bring them on board. And then also, having looked at all of this, we also look at the things that the concerns raised by Chris and then the chief executive. We still believe that we have to do some PFM reforms within the system to be able to ensure budget flexibility, so that the issue of capping and all of that we all discuss and see. We also want to talk about efficiency gains. I mean, the issue about administrative costs versus service delivery of the NHIS, we need to look at it. The issue of fragmentation is key in the current situation. So what do? We've looked at the premium, because as you said, those of us who are on Senate are paying 8 cedis or so. But what about the informal sector? I mean, dealing with all of this within the informal sector. So this aspect is the approach towards UAC in the highly informal sector countries we have like Ghana. So over there, we're looking at how we could look at premium, and those are policy decisions that have to be made. And the director for public lectures, Ghana Medical Association, talked about, shouldn't we have co-payment or something? Then down there, I think all is not showing. There should be a bit for private sector, because we see private sector as a very key to the current situation, where we now have a intersectorial collaboration unit in the ministry, where we are trying to engage the private sector as to how they can also contribute to the financing of health, doing PPP, maybe by owning a lab or something, or certain facilities and all of that. They are all part of the system that we are looking at as far as alternative financing is concerned in our health financing strategy. Now, we haven't done this. We realize the need that when all these things are done, still is the issue of funding enough? Will we be able to do that now that we are even bringing broadening the essential health service package from 45% that we are to about 80 or 90, a lot of things, those promotive activities. So what are some of the alternative approaches that we think that we can do? Luckily, WHO did some work in 2020, and then they did some research and came up with some areas that we can all look at. The first is the excise tax on tobacco products. So they look at 47 countries, and they thought that is a good thing. Alcohol also. And the good thing is that last year, mid-year, government increased the taxes on this product, tobacco, alcohol, sugar beverages and stuff like that by 38%. And we try to engage the Minister of Finance that all of this, we have to, our main objective is we like the tax because it would force people to reduce consumption, it will improve health and stuff like that. But we also want to benefit from the fiscal cash because it's health related. So it is something that we can look at. And last year when we went to Geneva, I think my honorable minister was then the CEO of National Health Insurance, WHO. We met the select committee and the leadership met them, and we've started some work in there that we can work with Ghana Revenue Authority to track this particular source of funding, so we could use for advocacy to see how we can get some support from them. We've also looked, we can also look at the HIV trust fund. So the other option is that not only HIV, something like immunization, which has become an albatross around our neck. Do we have a special fund to solve it? Get people, private people to put in money or something. Also look at the cell phone tax and all of that. So these are some of the alternative financing that we think that we should start looking at it in addition to the issues that we are doing within the traditional ones. But let me also say that the report indicated not all of this generated additional income. So we really need to take our time in dealing with this. Now, these are some of the findings that came out of the research. They identified 10 innovative financing mechanisms in the 43 countries. One is the tobacco, the alcohol, sugar. So those are the ones that I already talked about. And then, we are here, Ghana Medical Association wants to improve the health financing. So what messages do I have for you? Ministry of Health is still in the center. We are looking at the stewardship things, all the policies and the others, and we are also ready to collaborate. So we expect you to continue to do the advocacy. Once we give you the evidence and the others, as the secretary said, this lectures has yielded to or has improved policy formulation over the last 24 years. So we would want you to continue to do that. Quality improvement, you lead the service delivery, and we would want you to continue to do that. Capacity building for your members to be able to understand the health financing arena, to do that. Research and data to inform decision-making. We also want you to continue the engagement with the community and support the dissemination of our health financing strategy. And of course, ultimately influence a policy. So in conclusion, I would want to say that in doing all of this, we have some policy implications. So as per the UHC, the SDGs, we are supposed to use domestic funding. And luckily, donor funding is going down. So to be able to do this, we need to use sustainable domestic sources, such as revenue from taxes and others, to support the already government budget funding that we get. Then we also need to address the political stalemate that obstruct measures for promoting and creating new revenues. So the challenges that we have, for instance, the capping is a good example. We need to work around it to be able to get all the money that we need, and also the additional monies that are coming from other sources that we've talked about. We can also enhance some. Also, look at the sources of financing and their terms that match characteristics of investment or spending. So here, basically, we'll be looking at accountability and other things that we've already talked about, how to make sure that we have value for money for whatever, so that we bring in the confidence for the public to know that if we are asked to pay something, it will be used for what it's supposed to be used for. And of course, facilitate intersectorial collaboration. As I said earlier, all of us here are stakeholders, so we need to continue to engage and see how we bring each and everyone on board as far as financing is concerned. And of course, also establish effective monitoring so that we will get some of this feedback from the ministry, from the public, from GMA, from everybody, so that we can use it to improve the system. So thank you very much for your attention.
We can do it better for him. This is the head of budget and planning at the ministry. So please, when you are doing the budget, I hear the Nigerians say budget. That's the one that there's a lot of money inside. Budget. The budget. Next, to speak to us, we've heard the expert. We have also heard the CEO share his bit. The ministry itself has also shared its bit. But this is a public lecture. So it will be totally incomplete if we don't hear from the lived experiences of patients who use these facilities and share what they feel, what they go through on a day-to-day basis. We also go to the hospital, but If we are sharing our perspective, it may be biased. We want to hear directly from them. And to do this on their behalf is Mr. Bafo Kojo Ahinkra, President, Forum for Kidney Patients, Ghana. I'm sure you've heard in recent times a lot of advocacy for dialysis, kidney issues to be put on NHIS and also finance from the government sector. So thank you so much, Mr. Ahinkra.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, for this program, Honorable Minister, Dr. Bernard Okuboy, President, Executives of the Ghana Medical Association, doctors, Nananom, distinguished persons, ladies and gentlemen, I consider this a great honor to be invited to address this august body as part of this public lecture aimed at providing holistic finance for the ordinary citizens. My presentation is on the challenge faced by persons living with conditions that need constant medical attention in one form or the other. First, I want to use this opportunity to express my appreciation to the members of the medical fraternity, especially those who take care of we, the renal patient, with the team of nurses and among others. I am Bafo Kojo Ahinkra, a 49-year-old having end-stage renal disease and the president of Forum for Kidney Patients, Ghana, a group formed a couple of years ago by patients, mainly from the renal unit of Kolibu Teaching Hospital, with the aim and prime aim of advocating for support to lessen the financial strain on dialysis patients. Having been diagnosed with the condition about 11 years ago, I have been on the dialysis for almost a decade. Since end-stage renal disease cannot be cured, one needs to rely on dialysis, which is one of the most proven ways to help affected persons to have a personal, healthier life. Apart from the emotional and physical strain, as well as a periodic unwillingness, the main challenge faced persons with renal failure is funding of basic requirement to enable the individual to have appreciable well-being, strength to pursue his or her normal routine. Even this is not the case for some, especially those in the manual demanding jobs. This includes dialysis, medications, routine laboratory tests, and not forgetting the diet change. The current cost of dialysis session alone at the teaching hospitals is $491. But in most of the private facilities, it ranges from 700 to 1,000 cedis per session. As you are aware, one needs 3 or 4 sessions a week. But even many of us are compelled to do 2 sessions in a week, twice a weekly, or 3 times a fortnight. These compelling conditions include funding and sometimes access to the dialysis machine. Because of many privileging limitations, we had a colleague who
passed away just this year, and he was commuting regularly from Begro in the Eastern region to Kolebu Teaching Hospital for a decade. Conservatively, one needs an amount of average of about 4,000 cedis to meet the minimum requirement for recommended care. Another option available for end-stage renal patients is kidney transplantation. This is neither a cheaper alternative, as it costs between $25,000 to $30,000 to have one locally. Prior to it being reliable available in the country, one wanting to undergo this procedure had to wait for a couple of years before a visiting team of surgeons come down or travel to countries like India or Dubai for their life-improving procedure. This because this obviously comes with an additional cost and challenges. Even after transplantation, post-transplantation, medication include immunosuppressor, which is mandatorily can be costly. I had a friend who went through a transplant recently, and he says the daily dosage of one particular medicine, the doctors will have, maybe my pronunciation might not be right, the doctors will pronounce it trachomouslos, can cost in excess of about 250 Ghana cedis. For the first time, the National Health Insurance Scheme from June this year is providing some support for dialysis cases. Unfortunately, this is still not inadequate, as those within the age of 19 to 60, that is we are only getting the cost of only a quarter of the monthly cost that we cover. Let me try to explain something here small. We have children between the age of, let's say, 18 downwards. We have them. Kovanocho will testify, Kolubu will testify, who goes through the dialysis machine. Thank God, I fought with Mr. Acosta a lot, but thank God they had it free. We on the upper hand, that is from, let's say, 20 or 19 to 59. We got only 2. We are supposed to do 8 sessions out of for a month, but they gave us only 2 sessions. But we are the working class. We pay taxes too, but they gave us only 2 sessions. And then our fathers and who are above 60 going, they are also getting free, but they are on retirement. And retirement, they are not getting that much, but we are using the small energy in us. And then, sorry. We have a little bit energy in us that we are working. We're giving only 2 sessions. So, Mr. Acosta, I'll fight you again, please. Try and look at us. If you can give us even 4, we'll manage with the 4 ourselves. So we beg you. So that is what I was just trying to say about that. So once again, we thank Mr. Okoboy and then Dr. Acosta for that. Let me continue with my speech. At the moment, I'm not sure of any insurance policy from the many private insurance policies that cover dialysis treatment. I have to acknowledge that there are some persons who have their employees paying for their treatment, but many are those who do not have such privileges. For this reason, any person with such condition need a reliable support to enable him or her to have appreciable level of health living. In addition to funding, ready and easy access to services is also beneficial, as it lessens the burden on patient and caregiver. In conclusion, I would like to humble and suggest that there is the need for the scheme in the health delivery system of our beloved nation to ensure that person living with the condition get the required attention and treatment that they need. Because most of the affordable support persons living with the end-stage renal disease can go about their daily activities and have an appreciable level of life, so that we can also contribute our quota to the development of the nation. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a big clap. It's always a big thing when somebody living the situation actually is bold enough to come forward and share their issues. Our patients are always afraid because they feel when they say something, you probably will punish them for it. For me in particular, when he talked about kidneys, I just lost my uncle 3 weeks ago. Tomorrow will be exactly 3 weeks. He was also on dialysis for almost, I think, 11 years. And what he's sharing, if you decide to go the public route, sometimes it's so tough. If you don't know anybody, you can queue, sometimes enter the second day before you actually get a dialysis. And because of that, he had to move and do the private one, which is about 1,200 per session. And he had to do 3 sessions. And so he was spending almost 8,000 cedis a week for 3 weeks before he went. So you can just imagine. For the doctors among us, when you look at your pay slip and 8,000 cedis. So there are a few questions from online. We are not answering them. They are for the panel to consider as we go. We prepare the place for the panel discussion. And a lot of good comments coming in. We've had quite a lot of people joining online. Zoom has been full. We had 1,000 and over people listening. YouTube has also been buzzing. And some people say they don't know what is preventing the ring fencing of the money for NHIL. It's quite interesting comments, rumors, the cards, etc. from there as we arrange. We will take questions and answers in-house and some of the online questions after the panel discussion ends. And so don't worry, your questions will be taken. I know patients' rights advocates have been pulling on me that they have some submissions to make on the floor about questions to ask, and then also diabetes youth care. So you have your time to ask the questions.
All right. Next on our list, we have the panel discussion. And without wasting much time and in no particular order, I'll be calling our panelists to come on stage. Let's give them a rousing hand of applause, please. Number one, we're calling Dr. Abuaji Da Costa, who is the CEO of the NHIA. Then we have Mr. Sostenes Konuse from Bima, Ghana. Then we have Dr. Med Gabriel Sechikofi from Living Waters Hospital. We have Mr. Ronald Apon Adam from Star Health Insurance Limited. Then lastly, we have Professor Peter Ejebafo from the Department of Public Health, KNUST, Policy and Planning.
And to ask the hard questions will be Dr. Vivian Penso, who is an oncologist at Confanoche Teaching Hospital. And letting you know that the other resource person, the keynote speaker, is also online. And if there are questions during the question time, he will be willing to speak to some of the questions. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think all protocols observed. And we have 1 hour for this panel discussion. Okay, so we have one hour approximately for the panel discussion, and then we'll make good use of it. And then when I came up here, they're saying that gender balance. So I think it's still imbalance, although, but we'll still move. So from this morning, we've heard so much about healthcare financing and making sure that we are able to get a holistic health financing option. I'm a pediatric oncologist, and I always talk about how we are able to finance these patients who come to us, because most of the time they are neglected. That's how I feel. So how are we going to make sure that everyone everywhere in Ghana gets good access to healthcare? So I will start with NHIA. So in terms of accessibility, because if healthcare is there and patients are not able to access it, then it becomes a problem. What are some of the reforms we are going to implement to improve the National Health Insurance Scheme's coverage so that a greater number of our population get access to it and also benefit from it? And how do you think that will impact on the ordinary Ghanaian? Because it's the ordinary Ghanaian that we want to make sure that they get well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Dr. Moderator. So, in fact, on the NHIS, access is our core mandate. That's one of our core mandates, but we've not actually been talking about it. It is the reason why, when I was speaking, I said that we have MPs fund. We allocate some monies to the MPs. And these monies are supposed to provide, for example, chips compounds for local communities. So it depends on what kind of access you are talking about, but providing such facilities also is enhancing access. In fact, recently, you know that when the dialysis patient was speaking, you see, in some countries, you see, they buy the equipment. They buy it for them in such a way that the cost burden is access. So we should look at it holistically. But let me also point out this. You see, and I like the way the professor who, is it Professor Chris or something, how he put it. He said that to meet our health indicators, we must focus on primary healthcare financing. This is a social health insurance finance. The key should be primary healthcare. We can accommodate some secondary, tertiary diseases, obviously, but at the end of the day, what is our primary focus? And this is where the conversation should start on it being holistic. Once we are able to identify that, then we move. But you see, one of the threats to the scheme is advocacy to add on in the space of, as I was telling you, capping, like the same, not addressing Once we are able to address all those, you will see that access will obviously increase. Thank you.
Okay. Accessible and affordable healthcare for our average Ghanaian. And how can these be addressed? Because when they are coming to the private practitioner, we are always scared. Money, money, money. So what is your take on that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As a private practitioner, we seem to be seeing several categories of clients. We seem to be having clients that are NHIS card holders. We seem to be having clients whose insurance are being paid by their employers. We have clients that are having cards of private mutual health insurance schemes. And I think some also pay out of pocket. Most of these clients do not have challenges apart from clients coming from the NHIA or the NHIS. And basically, the problem has got to do with the perception of providers with respect to the tariffs that are being implemented by the NHIA. The provider always feels that the NHI's tariff, it's not sufficient to take care of that client that he or she is seeing. If you look at all the other categories, most of the time, you don't have issues. I'm happy that NHIS says they are coming in with a new tariff mechanism. But I can foresee that if we do not work our model of health financing, especially from the NHIS point of view, we are likely to experience same thing, that is the co-payment, after some years to come. All because the provider feels that the NHIA is the same regulator and the same implementer at the same time. And that wrong perception of the fact that if you are giving me tariff, it is likely to be lower than what I need, it's likely to come back. If you look at what the private mutual health insurance pays, as much as the National Health Insurance Scheme, it's a social system, you cannot have about 10 times lower in terms of tariff. And you don't expect that provider to sustain the provision of healthcare. And I believe that is the real issue at the primary care level. Thank you.
Okay, so that means that on the part of NHIS, for them to be able to sustain it and to improve it, and then they also, he said we shouldn't say it's co-payment, but illegal payment. And so possibly if there is time, we'll come back to that question again. So for the private insurance companies, still on the issue of accessibility, can we have innovative insurance products to be developed that can make healthcare more accessible? Because we know that almost all the time we are scared. A lot of people don't want to go to private health insurance because they feel that it's very expensive. What are you going to do about it? And how are you going to make it more accessible and more affordable for the ordinary Ghanaian so that more of them can come on board?
So thank you, Madam Moderator. So your question is in twofold, the access and then the innovation. So let's begin from the innovation. Private health insurance began actively in Ghana at the birth of the NHIS. Prior to that, there were some private health insurance interventions already ongoing. And so in terms of supporting the healthcare delivery system in Ghana, private health insurance has done quite a lot, though a lot of the time it is not being trumpeted. By way of innovative product offerings, it comes back to the fact that the product must be paid for. for a lot of the time, I think there's this general misconception that insurers have money. So let's carry the risk to them and let them pay for it. But if all our members would use the service when they pay for it, then the system cannot be sustainable. Then the only mechanism that you have within your means to be able to manage the risk is to increase premiums. And so innovation will come at a cost. Over the years, some of our member companies have, for example, introduced telemedicine solutions to be able to bring down the cost of healthcare so that premiums as well would be affordable. Just to give you some bit of statistics into our space, if you take a typical private health insurance claim, about 55% of the claim cost is made up of medicine. Consultation is as another 20%. That makes it 75%. You have 15% also being for diagnostics. And so to be able to bring the cost of care down, these key indicators must be watched. Unfortunately, in the private health insurance space, unlike the national health insurance space, where there are standardized tariffs, in the private health insurance space, that isn't available at the moment. We have tried over the years to be able to institute that. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of provider pushback, and so we have been largely unsuccessful in that regard. And that is how come private health insurance premiums are at that level. So to be able to create more access, healthcare costs must find an equilibrium price so that with that equilibrium price, we'll be able to provide that by way of premium and be able to give access to a lot more people. Finally, to end on this, if you look at the structure of the claim setting as well, interestingly, the dynamic in Ghana is quite different relative to other spaces. In other spaces, you would have the incidence of inpatient claims being higher than outpatient claims. It is the reverse. 80% to 85% of the claims we pay are outpatient claims. And so sometimes you wonder, what are we protecting? Yes, though we have also introduced some preventive and promotive healthcare in our benefit package. So all in all, yes, something can be done to create the access, but it will start, I believe, with the cost of care, because that is eventually what translates into the premium. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So still on the private, we know that the telcos are currently doing a lot in terms of also bringing in some health financing for the patients. So are there any innovations for the telecommunication for us to leverage on technology to improve access for our patients? And also, what are some of these services and how are you going to make it affordable?
Thank you. Ronald mentioned some of them, and I'll just speak to you. So I work with Bima, and if you know anything about Bima, we started mobile phone insurance, paying for insurance using your airtime credit, and the first of 8 anywhere in the world started from Ghana here in 2010. So we've been a technology company. We've evolved into more like a health tech now, and we are leading the space in these technology innovations, especially for health financing. Our telemedicine proposition, and just to say, we are the largest telemedicine provider on the continent of Africa. We've done over 500,000 telemedicine consultations currently. We do about between 10 and 12,000 telemedicine consultations per month currently. And we have given access to the people who the traditional and even the NHIS is unable to reach now currently. I was just looking at the data, and it says that only 17% of the NHI benefit goes below the district level. And these are people who are in the hinterlands and do not have access. Via a telemedicine access, anybody in Ghana who has a mobile phone is able to reach a Bima doctor service toll-free, and you are able to consult with a doctor. We currently have over 200,000 Ghanaians who are actively subscribed to our telemedicine services and are able to engage with doctors every now and then. We I say we are one of the biggest hospitals in Ghana, even though we are basically digital. We have in excess of 150 doctors, nurses, and specialists that we panel on call 24/7, and Ghanaians are able to reach out via all languages and are able to consult with us. We have premiums for as low as 30 Ghana cedis per month, and you are able to avail yourself OPD and IPD benefits. Now, the advantage we bring to this, or the difference, is that whereas indeed for private health insurance, 80% of your premiums cover OPD. Many of these OPDs as well are conditions that can be managed via digital services. And by the virtue of that, you spoke about 20% of your claims being for consultation. Truth of the matter is that for cases like malaria and the simple cases we handle, the OPD, the consultation percentage becomes as much as 60%, because a typical malaria, you go to hospital, and by the time the cost of consultation may be 100 or 150 cedis, the cost of medicine would be just about the same. So you are almost like a 50%. But we are able to take away that cost of consultation and basically provide you medication after you consulted with us over the phone. We provide you medication. Medication is delivered to you at the comfort of your home, and that cost is basically within 150, 200, or 250 Ghana cedis maximum. And we are able to pay that on behalf of the customer. We started this just recently, and we are covering up to 200,000 Ghanaians currently using these mobile phone technologies. And I think that for all that we've said today, I have not heard anybody speak about telemedicine. The NHIS Direct in London, even in an economy like that, uses the NHS Direct to be able to cut back on visits and be able to reduce the cost of health expense on the national scheme. I think that there is no two ways about it. Telemedicine should be provided so that people in the hinterlands who would have to travel hours or even pay for transport again to get to the hospital are able to pick their phone by virtue of their mobile phone, speak to the doctor that you and I, the doctors like you and all of you here who are in the big cities, so that they are able to consult with the same quality of care. So for me, equity, access, and quality, telemedicine provides you that and brings about sustainability of the NHIS scheme. And Doc, I'm picking this up with you immediately. I started with Dr. Okoboy already. Now the baton will be coming to you, and I think it's something we need to do.
Okay, thank you very much. So telemedicine is the way to go, and I really appreciate that. So in terms of policy, Prof, what do you think? Do you think that our policies really address that? Making sure that patients get the best in terms of accessibility to healthcare financing? What do you think about it, and what are your take?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Ghana has better frameworks, guidelines. The issue is how we implement it. So if we are able to implement it well, I think we shouldn't have any issue. I have some issues that maybe I think if we look at that, I mean, why do we have Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, and yet NHIA gives money to MPs to provide chips compound? Why? Okay. Yes. So why? I just don't understand this.
It's a business promotion expense.
Okay. Yes.
I will.
Yes. And I think we are all aware that we have some money, or maybe some I think 2.5%, which is levied on goods and services, and that finds its way into the general pool. And once it gets in there, it is for everybody. Even though we know it is for health, but once it gets in there. But when I look around here, I'm not seeing one of the important actors, Minister of Finance. Are they here? they are not here, but they should be able to educate us how the money they are able to raise or put into that big pots, how do they allocate it? Such that we are sure that the money which is meant for NHIS is not going to free senior high school or maybe any other sectors. But they are not here. Yes. And so I don't know, but let me pause here and then maybe come back again to that.
Yes, so can you please give it back to Dr. Wajeda Costa? Because he said you were going to answer the question that he posed for us.
Okay. I think I'll just tackle each of them because they've all raised important points which I believe that they are crucial for access and sustainability of the scheme. So I'll start with Prof. Debafo. You see, where is Ministry of Finance? Like I'm saying, the money is NHIL. Is that not the case? It's NHIL. And NHIL is supposed to be for what? NHIL. So the advocacy by General Ghana Medical Association should be NHIL money going into NHIL services fund. That's what I talked about. There's no negotiations about this. Me, I'm blunt. See, you can ask Dr. Koboy. I told them blunt. It's true, it is our money. People are paying. When you buy something, they take it from you. So why should it go to the consolidated account? But like I'm saying, it also has to do with reforms. So we need to reform the act in such a way that it can go to the fund rather than the consolidated fund. Once we do that, then there will be more money for assets or services. So that's number one. Now, for the private health insurance, you see, the NHIS is mandatory for all Ghanaians. We regulate the private health insurance. What this means is that the basic package that we cover should not be charged. But what do we see? Again, efficiency, monitoring and evaluation. Because at the end of the day, the insurance should be cheaper when you should be just doing top-up. You only should be doing top-up, not because you come and claim from us. So if you claim from us the basic thing, then it is only the top-up that you have to claim. It is mandatory for all Ghanaians. That is why now, because of reforming the SNIT package in such a way that SNIT people obviously get automatic membership, all SNIT benefactors can now ask their private providers or their companies to just ensure them on the top up. So those are innovations. Now, if you look at what my brother here said, telemedicine, Parliament actually gave us a budget for telemedicine, and we are implementing Ghana Health Service is doing a lot of telemedicine consultations, and we are linking up with them to provide such services. We believe that that will reduce our cost of consultation and others. So I side with you. And delivery of the medicines to the homes, like I talked about. These are innovations that we want to bring on board. So I agree with you perfectly. I think I'm done.
Yes, so from what you are saying, one theme that comes out very strongly is collaboration. Okay, because at each of the different places, each of the different factors in it, players in it, each one is doing their own thing. So for the other panel members, how are you going to help in terms of collaboration so that wherever the patient is, they can also get that better healthcare that we are talking about? Because there is a basic one, which is the National Health Insurance Scheme. And we expect that we can get more out of it. Not only that National Health Insurance, because that is basic for everyone. But what other things can we bring on board? So how are we going to collaborate so that we can improve upon that healthcare that we are thinking about. So possibly we can start from our private insurance.
So let me start on this. There's a lot of collaboration between private health insurance and the National Health Insurance Authority, because by default, we are regulated by the National Health Insurance Authority. The legal framework within which our business is set demands that we offer the NHIS minimum benefit package as our base. So all private health insurance companies offer that as our base. Unfortunately, in the financing there is no back charging such that, for example, if I charge my member 2,000 cedis and they go for consultation and they treat malaria and it costs 500 cedis, I can take that one back from the NHIS. That arrangement isn't possible. So if that arrangement isn't possible, then it means that I am taking care of the healthcare experience at full cost, which we are paying for adequately. And so if there is room in the legal framework to allow that, in addition to what we do, or if NHIS, I know in 2016, there were some reforms that were proposed that NHIS should provide PHC, and PHC is clearly defined that PHC involves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then private health insurance kicks in from there. We can look at that model. It is also feasible for us to be able to look at. But even before we get there, at the private health insurance side, we provide a lot of coverage for a lot of the NHIS exclusions. When our brother was speaking for persons living with cancer on renal dialysis, someone was asking, so is there no coverage? There are 16 private health insurance companies licensed currently. Over 10 of us have cancer treatment as part of our coverage. So it is provided for. Yes, we cover that. So yes, about a month ago, I was in another seminar with a mental health association, and they were wondering that they don't see a lot of coverage in there. We cover that as well. So we have a very expansive coverage. I know a lot of the things, one of the things that put many people off is the fact that when they come and we mention our premiums to them, because our least premium as an industry is around 2,200 per annum. And this is if you are in a group, but if you are coming as a family, the risk rating is a bit different. And so you pay slightly more than that. So already there is that level of collaboration where, and there are frequent interactions with the NHIA. That is why, for example, we believe that as a regulator, one of the things that the NHIA can bank for us to be able to ensure that the space is sanitized is to also have a structured provider tariff. We are not saying we are going to pay the same ratings as NHIS ratings are. No. But if we understand that NHIS is at this level, private health insurance is a markup of, say, 50% or 30%, then that will be the way to go. That way, then regulator can also demand of us that premiums should not exceed a certain threshold. So that's what I think we can do for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Kofi, what is your take on this issue of collaboration with NHIS, and which aspects do you think will be important for you?
But we sit at the provider end, and whether you like it or not, NHIA is the one financing you. So it's more or less like a master boss relationship. Am I right? So whatever comes, you need to take it. But if we are looking at the entirety of that relationship, that is something that we really need to look at. Is it something that we can make it more effective? Is it something that we can improve upon? At any point in time, in terms of tariff assessment and in terms of coming up with packages, most of the time, the providers are really not that much involved. In fact, I think it's recently that some providers were called
in fact, especially those from the private sector. But many a times, if you look at the model, it's more or less like NHIA comes up with a group that determines the package or the tariff. And that is something that we need to look at. If you consider that of the energy sector, the PURC regulates that space, ensuring that the financier and the provider can sit at the same table and come up with a realistic tariff. And I believe that is one thing that we really need to look at. If we can ensure that that thing works, that structure works, the chances that that wrong perception that providers have, that these tariffs are not realistic, these tariffs are just coming from the insurer, it is likely to change. And I'm sure the collaboration will be more effective.
Okay, okay. So that is a good point.
You see, he makes a very fantastic point, but you see, by the act, the review of the tariff is just once. See, this is why I'm saying that we need a reform, because you see, if you review once and you sign the contract and something happens like COVID, you can't do anything. You see, so what you need now, what you said is fantastic, like I said. So what you need now is to reform the act in such a way that you come up with a National Tariff Review Committee, which is done in other countries. So when there's an emergency, then it's not the NHIS reviewing the tariff. In fact, in some countries, those review committees are independent. They are independent of the, so they come up with the tariffs, then it's rolled out. If, let's say, they will give back, they do it by backs, this months back, fair enough. So I think I agree with what you are saying. We should, for me, as I speak now, the reforms is what is crucial. Other than that, see, you review the tariffs today, the former companies say tomorrow. And again, look at the framework contracting. Mr. Minister, this is where we need to be looking. You see, people bid low. They will bid very low. Meanwhile, other companies will want to bid high. Then they will just turn around and just be, you see, so those are the real issues.
Okay. Thank you. Let's clap for them.
Can I pick on the collaboration?
Yes, you can continue.
So
with
for me, the collaboration, obviously the reform, I agree, but I just think that that reform as well must come with digital innovation, and we must be very frontal about that. Digital health now, going the traditional brick and mortar, yes, works. And digital innovation is not in any way usurping traditional health, traditional coverage. It is always a support to it. And for me, I'll come back again to this issue of telemedicine. Currently, for instance, just last week, even within the private space, we have just signed and enrolled 45,000 Acacia Health Insurance customers onto our telemedicine service. What does it do to them immediately? Immediately, everybody who is an Acacia Health Insurance customer currently, from effective 1st August, would have the opportunity to be able to pick their phone at the comfort of their home in the middle of the night to be able to consult with the doctor over the phone without necessarily having to drive. What does that do to Acacia straight away? They are trying to get in there to reduce their claims expense. That is why they will do such a collaboration. And for me, if the NHIA should look at something like that as well, straight away, it gives you efficiencies that you cannot imagine. We talk about the preventive and promotive care. Look, we deploy IVR technology, interactive voice recording. Your phone rings, you receive a call, you pick the call, and the machine is speaking to you. And we can send out one message to 100,000 Ghanaians. So all of us can be here. If we are all registered on an IVR, on the Bima Doctor Service, and you are in this room, everybody's phone will ring at the same time. The truth is that everybody would have been in his home anyway, but everybody's phone rings at the same time. You all pick your phone and you are listening to the same recording. When things like COVID come, for instance, or any outbreak in a particular area, you can deploy this technology in any local language, and you are sending messages on preventive care. And these are things we do. We have the technology. It doesn't cost that much to do it because we've done it already. These are the kind of collaborations that we need to be able to implement the preventive care that we require. So I think it's something we should look into as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we have our vice president as the digital man. And so I believe that all these that we are talking about with the digital solutions, he's always very willing so that we can be we can implement all of them. And so we thank you all very much for all your insights into ways and means that we are able to make sure that all these healthcare financing goes on well, and so that other things are brought on board, and so that we can be able to have a very holistic issues and ideas about our healthcare financing. And so thank you very much for this, but I hear you still have to remain here for the question and answer time. I will leave you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was insightful. When she said ways and means, I was wondering what she meant. The interpretation is for your own. Please, we'll take some questions from the floor. We would, for the sake of time, we'll go row by row. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. If we don't have any from the row, that's fine. It can be question and contribution. Please, let's keep it brief. We'll start from here, please.
Okay, thank you, Doc. My name is Isaac Jabo. I'm from Patient Right Watch Ghana. My first issue is to commend the CEO of the NHIA for hammering on the issue about visitors who are not resident. Because if you look at your act, section 2 says that you should focus on residents in Ghana and residents and people who visit the country who are not resident. And I think 21 years on, I think that is quite belated. If you look at it lately, a lot of visitors do visit Ghana, we have the year of return and others. All these people come in. I think these are missed income opportunities. So I think that it's about time that we look at that if you want to improve. It's one big income handle that I think the NHIS can focus on. Now, my second question, which is the real question, still to the NHIA boss. Boss, if you look at section 29 of the NHIA, the Act 852, almost all the vulnerable people in Ghana are there. You look at mental health, children under 18, pensioners of SNIT, people over 70 years, people in need of antenatal care services. Now, if you look at it, the only group, and lately, the only vulnerable group missing are victims of medical errors. And you agree with me that that is quite a lot. I mean, who pays for their physical and emotional injuries? I think that if the NHIA is so rich to support our MPs to build chip compounds, I think that people who suffer from medical errors, which is a reality, we cannot pretend that medical errors do not happen in our hospitals. It's something which goes on every day. And I think that just as the president of the Kidney Association was given an opportunity to share, if we had persons, if they had an association and somebody was represented and giving hardcore data, I'm sure you appreciate better that this is a serious critical matter which we all need to find solutions to. So my question still remains that who pays for the cost of, and treating the injuries of people who suffer from medical errors or negligence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next row, please. Is there a question? All right. Please.
That was a clear question from a lawyer.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. I'm Felix Azuri from Ghana Physician Assistant Association. I think there's one thing I think we need to look at. I think Dr. Kofi made mention of that. That is a regulation. We are talking about healthcare. And most of the things that we see in our various facilities, they come in, I would say that about 80% of whatever thing they pay is medicines. They come from medicines. Because if they come from medicine, what are we doing? If you look at this, our country, our policy, governing laws on medicine, there's nothing regulating how much someone should sell his product. So there's something that they need to look at so that we will regulate. Because if a law is not passed, I manufacture an agent, how much am I supposed to sell it? If you don't regulate it, then the issue of co-payment or illegal payment would never end. So it is something that I think that the minister is here, or the people who matter in health is here, so we should take it up and look at it.
Thank you very much for the contribution. One from this row, Professor Ahmed York.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Enes, and it's been quite insightful and dispassionate discussion so far. I'm going to make it brief because of time. But from the discussions so far, and from my understanding of how, health delivery works and the structure of NHIA, I think that we should give it a strong consideration to decouple NHIS from NHIA. Because as it stands now, it's kind of a lot of conflict, the jury, judge, prosecutor at the same time. And it blurs a lot of, policy initiatives. So I think we should consider in the reform process to ensure that that is done, to ensure that we get value for money. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll use my MC veto. Dr. Med Akutuampa.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm Ako Akutuampa. So the CEO, National Health Insurance. I was delighted and surprised at the same time how you were able to explain the expenditure that comes on the NHIA levy. Some of us are advocates of the fact that we do not even think that you need an additional PESWA because what it is that you have and what you tend to spend on, which is payment per healthcare services, you barely do a quarter of that when it comes to its accounting. What justification would you have to ask for additional money in terms of increment in levy or even possibly seeking other avenues like taxation on oil or any other thing, when it is that you've not spent a quarter of that money on your responsibility?
Thank you, Dr. Akutuampa. And the last row, anybody? No. So we would let the panelists take some of the questions, and please, let's keep the answers brief. All the questions are to him. I remember that song, Why Me?
Okay, so let's go stepwise by taking the victim of medical errors. I believe we have professional indemnity. So, I was a medicine management practitioner in the UK, regulated by the Pharmacy Council there. Anytime that I'm renewing my license, I have to pay insurance for medical indemnity. And if something happens, that insurance take care of it. And so I believe that your council should be able to do that. And he's right. Those people should be covered. And to be covered, I don't believe it should be from the National Health Insurance scheme. We are social health insurance, and obviously the practitioners must also bear responsibility of their actions. And I believe that that is where we need to be channeling our resources, our efforts, and that will yield obviously more. Like that will be appealing to the public than to spend that money on medical errors. So that's my answer to, and that's my view to that. Now, in terms of the regulation, yes, the pricing, spot on. And that is exactly what I've been talking about. Because at the end of the day, we are in a country where prices are determined by fuel prices, and who is regulating those prices of items like sugar, the pharmaceutical products and others. So I believe that we need to move into that space to make sure that pharmaceutical products are also regulated in such a way that we have fair price our medicines, and that will perfectly with. That is when if we want to do the framework contracting, that will work, because at the end of the day, we are bidding at the, yes. So that's what I would say about that. Then the coupling, in fact, HD actually recommended that. You can just take my, can go online, Google Scholar, and just check and see. It recommended the coupling of the NHIA to the regulation from the services.
And I think that was, I don't know if that was what it was, the NHIS, then the regulation became part of. So these are things that myself and the minister will take it on board and obviously liaise with government to see what we can do. But I think is the right to go. I believe that as well. Yes, the releases. So, like you rightly said, I'm of the same opinion that should we obviously should we improve the system in terms of the collections? As I've talked about, the Ministry of Finance should be able to put the money in the NHIL accounts. The monies must also be released, because at the end of the day, if you give me a budget and you are not releasing the funds, then it means I'm still handicapped. Is that not the case? And that's what I believe you are saying. Yeah, I share the same opinion that it is about the releases, but not how much is allocated to you. So you can be allocated 10 billion, but you get only 1 billion. And at the end of the day, that is what will also cause the Hello, I cannot pay what I don't have. So if you give me 1 billion, I pay 1 billion from, but if my budget is 6.8 billion, then you must be able to give me the 6.8 billion, especially where I know that revenues are going up. And I know in it, anytime that revenues goes up, the NHIL should also go up. So basically, it's a simple mathematics. They need to be giving us the releases. That's all that matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But we have an online audience and we'll take just 2 questions from there. How soon can we attain mandatory cervical cancer screening on the NHIS? Pap smears, cervical biopsy is not covered, but the cervical cancer is covered. Again, family planning services are not covered, yet antenatal is considered covered. What do the numbers tell us? Can we afford to start universal screening for cervical malignancy? So this is just about there. Okay.
I think they are spot on. So in the promotive and preventive that we start in, we've looked at our cause drivers. And if we look at our cause drivers for now, it is hypertension, diabetes. So we are starting with hypertension, diabetes. But over time, I believe that it should cover some lab like pap smear, as the questioner is obviously seeking. There will be reforms. You see, I believe in starting. There is no problem when you start and you reform as you go, because implementation is in various stages. So once you start, you look at the gaps, then you address it. But it is worse when you do not start. So we are starting with hypertension, diabetes. Trust me, over many few years, you will see that all these will fall in line. Then the lab test for pap smear and all, I said the lab test, like lab and other services can be added. So let's support the NHIS to start at least the preventive promotive. The idea is that we want to give every Ghanaian the opportunity to have a health check for diabetes, hypertension, at least once in their once a year on their birth months. That's the strategy. Once a year. So we will send a text message, as he's saying. Now it's being worked on, automation. A message will be sent to you with a coupon number or something. Just visit that health facility that is closer to you, that is accredited, and do those basic checks. And I know it ties in well with the Ghana Health Service Wellness Clinics. So that is what I would say. Thank you.
I think family planning has been introduced. It's just that sensitization is quite on the lower side, and we might have to look at that.
Okay. I'm only taking this because this is for the private. The only question coming outside NHIS. Why is it that most of the private insurance don't cover screening for cancer? And investigations for infertility is excluded by most private insurance. So just a question outside the usual domain. And that's the last question from our online community, please.
So we cover pap smear. All of us cover pap smear. And so it's one thing I'm wondering why this question is coming up. For infertility, even some of our member companies, depending on the payment of a certain premium, would cover some infertility conditionalities. So depending on what you want, if you come and the risk pool is appetizing and you are willing to pay the commensurate premium, we would insure you. Yes. That's the bottom line is the ability to pay.
Okay. What it means is probably you need more education.
Absolutely.
All right. So, Dr. Tim, 1 minute to make any last remarks since you've been online for all this while. Just 1 minute. Kindly unmute.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I was muted. Thank you very much. Yes, I was listening. I apologize. I missed the CEO's address, which I really intended to listen to carefully. I hope that I will get a copy of it after this. But I agree with his sentiments. I mean, I heard him speak, and I like the direction which is going. I agree with his sentiments that you need to start small, and indeed actually tackle your cost drivers. And then see how that goes and gradually spread out, because Rome wasn't built in a day. I mean, he's perfectly right. We also have limited resources. They are not, despite the fact that we are increasing the benefit package and the people are clamoring for other things to be added, we're not seeing more resources being going into the NHIS. So that's an important context. And the point I've been trying to make is that there are two things. One is that you can, even within the current context, there are reforms you can make that will use the resources more efficiently than they are currently being used. I think this is what the CEO is getting at in terms of trying to address cost drivers, for our country's health situation. And the other part is advocacy for increased revenues, not just for NHIS, but to the sector as a whole in terms of the improvement of the infrastructure, the investment in health, the human resources in systems.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Chrisatim. Unfortunately, we would have to look at alternative sources of internet and their strengths and how it helps also make our programs better. But I think he was making some important interventions and also putting some of the issues in context. At this point, we'll take the closing remarks from the chairperson for the day, Dr. Med Frank Shiribo, the president of the Ghana Medical Association. But before he comes, would like to say thank you to the panelists, and you may please resume your seats. Thank you. Now, the discussions are still going on. And they say, when you have such a forum and you don't have serious arguments, one person directing at the other, then you have failed. Thankfully, you see them still continue the argument. They've just made peace. Thank you. So, President, those remarks. Thank you.
What more do I have to say? I think we've all heard the discussions, we've heard the presentations, we've heard the addresses from the various ends. We've heard from the man who came to do an advert for his destined Beamer. I don't know how he got here, but he will have to sponsor part of the bills because it's a big advert that he's done here. And let me say, Dr. Abuajo da Costa, we are very much grateful for your coming. You realize that you were the fulcrum for this public lecture. If you had not appeared, it would have been very, very deficient. So very, very grateful to you for coming. And then, of course, my minister, who is also here, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, Dr. Med Bernard Okoboy. We are happy to have you throughout. For GMA, what we are going to do is that I'm sure, where is my DDCC? The chairperson for the public lecture committee, good, and the team. Let's put together our policy paper quickly so that we can submit it to the policymakers. At least the minister is here, the chief executive is here. Now, nea yɛakekae no nyinaa no ɔmbɛtumi ayɛ na ayɛ kama na ɔmɔtumi abie mu na ayɛ fɛfɛɛfɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛyɛ health insurance ne insurance ɛka ho a yɛka ho asɛm no nyinaa ɛbɛtumi ayɛ ama no ayɛyɛ na sɛ wohwɛ insurance nsɛnsɛm a ɛnɛ yɛkaeɛ no a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛhwɛ sɛ insurance ka na yɛtua no yɛde di insurance dwuma na ɛnkɔyɛ sɛ yɛtua insurance ka no nyinaa awie a na aban de taboa ato bi so na ɔsɛ aha deɛ mede kɔ ha aha deɛ mede kɔ ha yɛgye di sɛ yɛyɛ ne sɛ ɛbɛboa na afei nso yɛnhwɛ baabi a yɛbɛtumi anya sika no kakra firi a yɛbɛtumi aba bɛboa insurance dwumadie no na insurance national health insurance authority nso monhwɛ sɛ wo dwumadie no bɛyɛ authority na mmom bɛhwɛ yɛ nyinaa national health insurance schemes ne so na mahyehyɛhyɛ mmara a bɛtumi ama yɛ nyinaa yɛdi so na ɛbɛyɛ kamakama na sɛ yɛyɛ ne saa yɛgye di sɛ insurance no so ɛbɛyɛ yie na wohwɛ mmara no mu a sɛde na woka no wose ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ primary health care at least ɛyɛ to a certain level na sɛ yɛyɛ ne saa na ɛtumi ahwɛ nipa dodoɔ no a na moatumi atua premium so a ɛdi mu na yɛne gye sɛm de sɛ mo sɛ mohwɛ premium no sɛ ɛbɛyɛ ɛbɛtumi aboa na afei yɛde saa automatic adjustment ne hyɛ mu a at least yɛbɛhu sɛ obi kɔ hospital a ɔno hospital nim sɛ nipa ne ba a ɔhwɛ no koraa na sɛ nnuroko kɔ soro a ɛbɛ adjust nti no ɛnyɛ adeɛ ɔbɛgye ne sika biara san aka ho na atumi yɛaya ama no aboa insurance dwumadie no nti yɛda mu nyinaa ase ne yɛbɛtwerɛ krataa tententen na yɛde abrɛ mpanimfoɔ na yɛahwɛ sɛ yɛbɛtumi improve health insurance na yɛwɔ no a te sɛ dɛ mekaeɛ no GMA deɛ yɛama sɛ yɛbɛka health insurance ato agu yɛpaa sɛ bɛboa na yɛahyɛ mu kena na aboa sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛn nyinaa yɛbɛtumi anya ahodaso wɔ health insurance meda mu nyinaa mo ase.
Thank you, President. Thank you very much.
Your president, the Nekasa Nyetenten. Na yedase. Nananom, we your president abonde to wo akankasemu. Timofanche se potokasa na potoguma besinde nanso. Your president hu ye nti sankofa ye nchi. Nti waye ewe ya nemu yedanase. Nti.
Okay. So unfortunately, even though this has been a very great interaction, we have to come to the end of the meeting. But I'm hoping we can continue this conversation, mostly for GMA. I'm hoping we can continue it in our divisional meetings, in our CPD meetings, and also in the various subdivisions of the association. We'll keep it going after us. Next on the list, we'll call Dr. Med Regina Dako Asante to come and give us the vote of thanks. Increase the round of applause. She's one of the big bosses in ENT, Konfanoshi Teaching Hospital, very down to earth. But then when you see her in the theater room, she's a shark.
Thank you, Louisa. Good afternoon. I want to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation on behalf of the Ghana Medical Association, first to the chairman of this occasion, Dr. Frank Srebon, the president of the Ghana Medical Association, to Nananom, the Honorable Minister of Health, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority, the Regional Director of Health Services, Ashanti Region, rep from Roche, distinguished invited guests, colleague doctors, ladies and gentlemen, for making this 24th annual public lecture themed Developing Holistic Healthcare Financing for the Ordinary Ghanaian Beyond the NHIS Excesses. We say, may the good Lord bless us all. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay, thank you very much, boss. So before we say the closing prayer, there'll be group pictures after the meeting. So please don't leave. Let's take our pictures. And if we can also wait until Nananom and our honorable ministers leave, then we can also proceed. So the closing prayer will be taken by Reverend Samuel Bentim Arthur, who is the counselor of Pempe College. Let's give him a round of applause.
He comes.
May we stand for a word of thank you to the Lord. We are praying. To God be the glory, great things he has done. So loved he the world that he gave his son for us and opened the life gates that all may go in. Father, we bless you this afternoon for the day, for our lives, for traveling mercies, and for August citizens that we have met today. The knowledge imparted and all the good things we've celebrated here. Thank you for the GMA for setting this program and giving us full education on our lives. You gave us the authority to eat the fruits and use the leaf for our ailments. This afternoon, you've exhibited it here. We thank you so much. We thank you for the organizers and designers. We thank you for all our officers who availed themselves, Nananum, for making this program a success. You have crowned it with your blessing as we are living. Pray for traveling mercies back to our destinations. In the name of God the Father, we prayed for an answered prayer. Amen. God bless you.
Please, shall we remain seated as we take the group photographs, please? And we've had a good time with you as your MCs. And with me is
Dr. Med Louisa Efiankroma.
and she's the president of the Junior Doctors Association, which is a subgroup of GMA. And my name is Dr. Dent Richard Selomi. I'm the general secretary of the Ghana Medical Association.
Music on trendybeats.com.
Right. So please, we would have the chairperson and we'll call in the following order, please. So please, the panelists, please kindly join them. Nana. Thank you very much. Please, we would have counsel. So council members, please join them quickly. Yeah. Thank you. And the very last one, the medical students, the choir, and then the SHS students around. Please join and let's go. The SHS students, this picture can get you into medical school. Please hurry up. As for the choristers, you have all passed your exams. We have decreed. If you fail, let us know. Okay. The minister also attended KNUST SMS. All right. Thank you. So the SHS students, please, let's do this quickly so that the dignitaries can leave. That's the very last picture. You can post this picture on your status. GMA president is a celebrity. Okay, a few of you can go to the back so that you can show. It's fine. It's fine. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, there is lunch available. Please, there's packed lunch available. So kindly use the door to the right and pick your lunch before you leave. Back up. Okay. Please, there's lunch available for all participants. Kindly use the door to the right and pick your packed lunch before you leave. The dignitaries, please, ushers, kindly take the dignitaries to the designated place, please. Nyame nhyira mo nyinaa. Nyame nhyira mo na ontutu mo atamfo nyinaa ase. Amen. Sorry. So we thank you, Rush, for your support, and we also thank you, CES, for covering this expertly. God bless you. Reggie. For the doctors who are still online, remember, the annual general conference is on. It is 1 day, 1 cow. 1 day, 1 cow. And in hope this annual general conference, if you miss it, you probably might miss heaven. So please, Chairman, how many cows do you have right now? 10. So the thing has moved from 1 cow, one day, 1 cow to one day, 2 cows. And every room will be provided with a goat and a chicken. Cholesterol.
It's all dignitaries to follow the ushers outside.
So our annual general conference, 4th to 10th of November in Ho. 1 day, 2 cows. So for the dignitaries and invited guests, council members, please, the story building right in front of us, please. The ushers will take you there. Thank you. On the ground floor. So please, panelists and invited guests, kindly the story building on the ground floor, please.
More music on